open. Go ahead and open this one we were working with yesterday, just for familiarity. Okay, so what we will have going forward here, let me show you. I'm going to probably start to, at least some of the time, use some of the toolbars that are out here that you see, and some of the buttons here, just because they sort of speed up some time. And let me show you a little bit about that and where you can turn those on. First of all, you can, if you have any toolbars out, like right now, and I've got these toolbars here, and those are actually from the construction training that's part of the SiteNet business, but we'll talk about that in just a second. But if you have any of the toolbars out, and you can see up here where they dock, either on the tops, the sides, or the bottom. But if you can find some blank gray space, if you right click the mouse, you should see a little context menu that comes up, and it lets you do things like you can switch to the ribbon interface if you're not using the ribbon interface. I just switched to the ribbon interface, and here you can see the various ribbon panels. Now I still have the menus up over top. You can also turn those off, and you can use the ribbon if that is more to your liking. And these ribbon panels, and of course they're customizable, and you can set all those things up for your own commands, but they have been set up to be pretty much workflow centric. You have a file ribbon, and it has a lot of things that you would find on the file menu, but things that you would typically do at the file level. You got this CARLSON community, you've got your project management, and then you got things that you can do on the import and export side of things. And then another one is this setup. These are typical, like the settings menu. And you can see there's your configuration, your settings explorer, some it says AutoCAD options in this ribbon. Obviously I'm running it in IntelliCAD, but it brings up the same command, IntelliCAD options. So symbol library. So these are typically things that you would find on the settings menu, and there's this module switcher that lets you go between, say, the surface mining menu or a geology menu, if that's what you have, Kaylee, and switch back and forth down to the civil menu. Again, there's a toolbar for that as well. Okay, so you can get an idea. Drafting is analogous to your draw menu. Points are points. Grading, since I'm in the actual civil module, that's going to have our 3D polyline commands, which are the ones that come off of like the 3D data menu. And you can see that the title of that is Takeoff, Create, and Elevate. So you might hear that as a command group like Elevate. There's a toolbar called Elevate, and that's where you bring things like we did yesterday. We created 2D polylines, and we raised them to have elevation based on crossing those contour lines that they touch. That's called elevating the data. Then there's a grading design, which is basically pad and pond grading. We're going to do some of that, you're going to see. And then a lot of things to do with this subsystem called SiteNet. And there's a surfaces and a subgrade declaration thing. We'll talk about this one. We won't really get to use this one very much. It's more geared toward contractors, and it's also sort of a different approach to this next panel here for your triangulate and contour tools. This is everything to generate surfaces. This also does that surface generation, but it really insulates you from the data a bit. We'll talk about why. This one's layer-based versus over here being object-based. It still does the same thing, but it's just a different approach. And then there's some cut and fill analysis that works on after you've got your surfaces built. And you can see the name of this is called Povrich Zobrazit. Well, that's obviously a non-English title. And I'm not sure, Matt, whether yours has that same title if you're looking at this or not. I think that's just an oversight that perhaps one of the Russian programmers that works there at Carlson has left it in a different language, be my guess. But anyway, you can see these things are, they tend to be grouped in much the same way the menus are, but in sort of logical workflow order. Okay, so you can use those. Here's another one called automatic keep hopis. All right, so an obvious little need of fixing. So that is one of the interfaces, one of the ways you can use. And you can also right click if you have it up. And right now mine says minimize the ribbon. So if I click down here, it collapses back on itself, but I can always bring it up by clicking one of the tabs. I can also, while I'm in there, if I have the ribbon exposed, I can uncheck minimize the ribbon. My command bar is this down here at the bottom where my command line is, because you can turn that off, and you can also set down here in the lower right a way to bring that command line up at the cursor. So all kinds of ways that you can configure your interface, whatever makes a better sense for you. So I'm going to actually turn the ribbon part back off just to keep it a little simpler here and switch to the ribbon. Plus, I'm not 100% fluent, if you will, with that ribbon as to where things are. And those ribbons, by the way, do change whether you're in, like right now I'm in civil. Let's go back and turn that ribbon back on. And let's go to the grading panel. I will uncheck minimize so it will stay out there. And so now under setup, I'm going to switch to the geology menu, which you might have, or the geology tool set that you might be using with yours, Kaylee in particular. And I've got, you know, again, some of these are the same, but I have this different one now that's geology. And there you can see, wow, this entire ribbon is in a foreign language, as is this one. And this one. Wow, I'm not sure if you guys are seeing that or not. Maybe some kind of weirdness on my installation, or maybe there's something that has to be fixed with that. But in any case, you can see that as you switch to these individual, go to the survey module, for instance. So we get all of these different types of panels based on which ones that you are running, okay? So I will.
Mine is not
back
in
to,
a foreign language.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mine is not in a foreign language, and I have all the tabs you have in the geology section.
Okay, but it's in English, correct?
Yes.
Well, good. Do me a favor, go to your help menu and pull that down and choose about Carlson down near the bottom. And tell me what this number right here is. It's a build number.
build 200-305.
Okay, so oh, that's right. You're still running the 2020 version.
Yes.
Matt, you're running probably either this build number or something close to it. Those are dates, by the way. That's 2021, May 24th of 2021 that you're looking at
That's
on
what I
mine.
have.
Okay. Were your ribbon panels in foreign language? Do you recall?
My ribbons are weird. We had a setup that's kind of just a setup for me, and it's hard to unlock. So
okay,
I haven't had
that's all right.
ribbons. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So that's fine. Anyway, that's a simple matter of being fixed. And when you run into things like that, and they're just sometimes things that fall through the cracks, but that's a quick email or phone call to Carlson's tech support, and that stuff will, if it's not resolved already in the current downloadable version, they'll certainly issue a patch for that or tell you what you need to do. There might be something under some localization command that you can do that resets that for you that's already built into the software. I'm just not sure about that. I just wanted to show you some of these options. Okay. So I'm going to now switch back to the menu bar. So I'm turning my ribbons off. Now, the toolbars that I have up that I'm using, that I use throughout a lot of my work, and some that I have here that others may or may not find very helpful. And I have one, for instance, this one right here. And see, if you hover the mouse over those little vertical dots, that's the actual handle. You can grab that and move that around. You can drag it down here and park it in the, float it over here. If you move it to the side, it will, if it's one that will collapse on the side, it will, change shape. You can do it top or bottom, that sort of stuff. But if you do hover the mouse over there, you'll see the title of that toolbar. So here's one, this long toolbar here called Surface. You can see it like this, and I'll put it back up here. And it's sort of tricky sometimes to get it back. Where I had it, that one's Elevate. This one's Grading. I think that's the way I typically had it. But anyway, so this one toolbar here called Surface. There's Triangulate and Contour. That's a common tool that you do all the time, and you'll work with data, you'll run that, you'll evaluate the surface. Remember, like we did yesterday, and we had that weird thing over here. So we had to go back and fix the data and re-triangulate and contour. So I like to do that instead of trying to always go to my surface menu. Let me go back to Civil. Go back to my surface menu and find the command. All right, that's fine. But I use that one, and I use this one, the 3D viewer, and I use the surface file viewer. Those three are the three commands on that toolbar that I use most of the time. And these others I use very rarely from the toolbar because I don't use those commands terribly often. So I usually just look for them here where I can see their names. All right, but again, how you work with those is entirely up to you. Now, unlike, let me see if I can get this. So in some toolbar incidents or instances rather, if you click the blank space that it sits in, you'll get this context menu, and you can sometimes right click a toolbar and choose which of these buttons are available on your toolbar. These are not that way, at least not in this, in the IntelliCAD version. But it may be a way. So if I didn't use all of these other icons here, I could turn them off and only have 3 on there. That can all be done through AutoCAD or IntelliCAD customization, different class, different day. It's a little beyond what we're doing here, but it can be set up very customizable. But the ones that I have out that I wanted to show you, I'm going to go up here and right click in my gray area, and you can see these two choices. There's a show menu, and these are where you can turn on and off different menu components. And these are the modules. So here's our civil module, and I've got this 3D data menu. If I don't want to see the SiteNet menu, I can pull right over there and turn that off, and it just goes away if I don't ever use it. All right, not a whole lot of worry to have it out there, but it just gives you a chance to streamline a little bit. On the toolbar, the show toolbar command, the pull right, I've got two categories here in mind, CARLSON, which are the CARLSON toolbars, and then I've got that CG survey. That's that survey subsystem we talked about yesterday in the setups. And I don't have any of those on, and the ones that I do have on for CARLSON, you see, are checked here. And so I'm going to leave this up here and let you see which ones that I have. I'll show you another way to look at that as well. We've got the CARLSON menus, which is, if you're looking at my screen, it is a left to right toolbar, and it is on the third row down all the way to the left, and that's where you can switch between the CARLSON modules. I have the draw toolbar, and this is the CARLSON draw toolbar, not the IntelliCAD draw toolbar. I also have that one open, but this is the CARLSON draw, and it is the one that's vertical on the left edge of the screen. And it starts with that draw a line, then draw a 2D polyline, draw a 3D polyline. I use that very heavily. Predominantly those two items, draw 2D polyline and 3D polyline, and down toward the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up, was drawing a rectangle. But all of those things are very useful and common. There's also shrink wrap that you see about a third of the way down. Looks like a little birthday present. The elevate menu and our toolbar, and that's it's a left to right menu, and it is the middle one of the middle row. It's got a Z over an X with a red arrow. So that has some controls on it to take two-dimensional objects or line work and change them to have elevation. And you can get an idea from the pictures of those, you know, the ones that have like a capital T, and you see the red lines, the flat ones, and then the ones that look like a little hillside, that kind of stuff. So they sort of make a little bit of sense once you get used to them as well. Entity properties, and that's the toolbar that is second from the left on the third row down. And that's where you set the current layer, the current color, the current line style, and the current line weight. And there's two little buttons beside that as well to the left, one of which, the one farthest on the left, which is this button right here, MOLC, that means make object layer current. And if you choose that, you can choose any object and it puts you on that layer. And this one right here is our layer control. Now, all of those are available through different menus. Here's your layer control on the view menu, etc. But this command right here, and I wanted to pause from that list to show you what it does in the IntelliCAD version, is if you right click that, it brings up, like you're used to seeing, and like you'd also see in AutoCAD, if you run the layer command, it brings up the layer manager. But this is actually, if you see up here in the top of the stripe, it says Explorer. It's the IntelliCAD Explorer. And when I choose it from there, it always starts at that first category called layers. But it has all kinds of other things. Now, this is where you set your layers. You can change colors, line types, etc. But you also manipulate your layer states. If you switch to these different categories, here's my line types. If I don't have a line type loaded, I can simply come over here, either say new line type, or you know, run the manager, or I can let's see, if I say a new line type, it wants me to load it. I can browse for a file. Here might be, this zigzag is not in there. I'll simply find it. I could look in a different LIN file. It's much like running the L-type command, and you can still do those commands, by the way, in IntelliCAD, and it will bring it up to there as well. Here's my text styles where I can set and create new, change things. Here's my standard text style. Well, I don't like that ugly text. Maybe I'm going to switch it to being not black, but plain old Arial as my text style. All right, so all of these are different ways where you can control a lot of things. Here's external references. Matt, if you use a lot of XREFs, for instance, you'll see them here. You'll also see PDFs will show here if you've got PDF underlays. And so this one tool takes the place of a lot of commands in AutoCAD, like XREF and PDF Manager and Image Manager and all of those different things. They all come into play here. Plus, if you have, say, 2 files open, you can go to one of these files and you'll see, or 2 or 3 or more files that are open, you'll see these other files listed, and they'll be collapsed down. You just open these up and you can select any given category, let's say blocks. And if you've got a block in this file, but you need it in that file, you can simply go to that category, highlight and select one. Oops, sorry. Hit the wrong. You can go to that particular category and highlight one or more items. Now let me, it's not letting me control click that, but anyway, so you can highlight those and simply drag and drop onto the same category name in any of these other open drawings. If you open up the little plus mark beside their name, and then transfer them over there. Not only blocks, but even layouts, which are these paper space layouts. So you might have, title blocks and sheets and things that are pre-built that you have in one file. You can drag and drop them into another file. So it's really, really useful tool. It's more than just a layer manager, but that's what it shows up as. And it's this little button right here. You saw the external references, which is where you can, make a new one. You can insert, that lets you insert a file, and see if I can. Well, supposed to, if I attach a file, of course, there we go. And I can attach a DWG, MicroStation DGN file, but also here's where I do a PDF file, and I can do image files. Okay, so this one little interface here takes the place of Image Manager, PDF insert command or PDF overlay command, and then XREF Manager. Now I still have all of those commands. Okay, so I can come out here and type XREF, and this is the XREF Manager, at which you can attach. But now you see it's only letting me bring in CAD type things for external references. If I want to bring in a PDF, then I have to say PDF attach. It lets me then go out and find there. All right, so just a little different interface and a different set of tools. Now, so that's in this entity properties toolbar. The other ones that I have is grading, and this is sort of similar to Elevate, but it's to actually create sort of graded objects. The Elevate toolbar is the one here in the middle that elevates line work. or drawn things in the drawing, it sets their elevation based on starting and stopping elevations or things that they might intersect with or pass near to. Whereas grading is more an exercise of taking a particular object, even if it has an elevation, and we're saying, okay, I'm going to take that edge that I elevated maybe, or set at a particular elevation, and then I'm going to tie it into some surface or some target elevation. So that's how you build things like you might draw in the foot of a wall and then set the top of the wall based on that foot of that wall. You might put draw a rectangle that represents the parking lot, and you give that an elevation, and then you say, well, how does that fit my site? Well, I'm going to tie it into that site. We'll get some examples of some of that as we go through these tools. So what else do I have out there? I've got inquiry, layers, and modify. Now the inquiry toolbar, about the only thing that I use from that, or the one I use primarily from that, is this one right here, that little second icon that looks like a ruler. And that's just to measure a quick distance. I know I don't need a whole toolbar to just do that. I could type DIST, but it's there. I've got the room, and that's what I use out of that mostly. But there's other tools that are also part of that inquiry that are helpful. Now, layers, which you think of this one as a layers toolbar, but that's a properties toolbar. There's a layers toolbar, which is this one up here. It is the second from the left on the very top row, and that has commands to do things like isolate and restore a layer. You can freeze layers by pick a bunch of them first and hit enter, and then it will freeze. That's that second one. Then you can turn them all on. Then there's this button right here. It looks like a pencil eraser, and there's the blue, red, and yellow stack, and you see it's starting to erase things. That is a very, very helpful command called erase by layer. We used it a couple of times yesterday, but instead of having to go to edit, erase by layer, it's easier to just grab it from the toolbar, and it's on the layer toolbar. See, there is no erase toolbar, but it's on that one. Now, here's another clue to helping to learn where these things are. When you pull down a menu, and if it's a pull right, you're going to see that broad black triangle pointing to the right, like you see up there on the erase menu, fourth line down on the edit menu. So that means there's stuff to the right. That's pretty self-explanatory. Then when you get to wherever the command is, you either will or will not see an icon. So if you see that select, it has a red X. So that one has an icon, but single and last do not. Temporary erase does not, and oops does not, but all those other ones do. Erase by layer, erase by closed polyline, and erase outside. Now, what that means when you see those icons is that those commands are on a toolbar somewhere. It doesn't tell you which toolbar. You have to sort of figure that out. Sometimes you just discover it by stumbling across it by looking at the various toolbars. But that can really help streamline your work. Like I said, that erase by layer, instead of having to go edit, erase, pull it to the right, go to erase by layer. Now that I know what the icon looks like and I've associated that and I know which toolbar it's on, I go for that all the time. Use that quite often. There's some other ones, for instance, like this erase by closed polyline and erase outside. I use those quite a bit, but I don't generally use use them from a toolbar, simply because I haven't really learned exactly where they are. I'm not sure where they may have put them, but that's one of the clues that you can find where they are now. If I look at this edit toolbar. You might think that those erase commands would be on there, and I do that. I'm going to drag it out here. There is that erase by, there it is. Erase by close, erase outside, but then there's a scale, a pivot, 2D align, extend to intersection, break at intersection, then select by filter. So that might be a useful one for you. I typically grab those from somewhere else. All right, so then to sort of speed this along here a minute, let's see what else we've got. Elevate, we talked about, that was that one. Entity properties, grading, inquiry, layers. Again, those are the view commands, and they're on the view menus. Modify, now that modify is the IntelliCAD modify toolbar, and that's this one vertically on the right, the top one of the tools. And those are my standard CAD tools like move, copy, offset, scale, rotate, mirror, all of those things. Explode, you see down there's a stick of dynamite. Then these others are sort of very specialized. But here's one that's really, really helpful, called polylines, because a command I use quite often is either remove polyline vertex or insert a polyline vertex, which you can use with the poly edit command, the p-edit command. But if you do that, let's do this as an exercise. Wherever you are, whatever you're drawing is, go ahead and choose the draw 2D polyline and just take the defaults and put in just sort of a zigzag line like that, put in a few segments and then hit enter to finish. And there's a couple of ways you can do these vertex manipulations. If you select that you've just drawn, if you hover the mouse over the middle grip, a 2D polyline will always show you that midpoint grip. 3D polylines won't have those, but a 2D polyline will. And you can hover the mouse, and as it locks into those points, you're going to see, if you're on a segment, you'll see this little menu that says stretch, add a vertex, convert to arc. So you can just click that, convert to arc, and then wherever you place, wherever you click, you move it into place and then click it, then that becomes an arc. Okay. Now, if I hover over it, it says convert to line because it is an arc. Okay. So that's an option. You also, though, can hover there and say add a vertex. And when you do that, what you're doing is simply inserting a vertex into that segment and placing it somewhere else. So you can, do that pretty easily. Obviously, you can move, you can choose stretch, or you can just click the left button and physically, reposition it. All right, now to delete a vertex, notice if I hover over the segment midpoint, there is no delete, it says add vertex. But if you want to get rid of one, if you hover over it, it will say remove vertex. It also says add, and so it will insert one in front of that. But if I remove it, it does like that. All right, so that's all well and good. But let's suppose I have something like this. I'll just copy that from here over to here. Now, I've got many more vertices, and if I want to get rid of, say, a few ones here, and I don't want to stop and point to each one and wait for the menu to come up from remove and remove and remove, I'm going to use a CARLSON tool that says edit. It's a polyline utility, and I'm going to come over here, and it is a remove polyline function. That doesn't mean erase polyline, that means these are removal tools. And I'm going to remove polyline vertex. So if I choose that command, it asks me to select the polyline. I will select it, and it will blip up the vertices just so you can see them there. And they go away if you should happen to scroll the mouse and change your viewpoint, but that's fine. And all I need to do now, and I'll go ahead and zoom that around, is I'm still running the command, pick a point to remove. So if I pick, wherever I pick nearest, that's the vertex that goes away. So I can very quickly reshape these lines. And there's, say that little one there, I want to get rid of that. And then I want to get rid of that extra one there. All right, so I'm not having to really focus terribly much on, you know, getting down to specifics and stop and hover and right click and do all of those different things. So it's a very helpful and useful tool, and it keeps running. I'm still running it, so press enter to end. So I'll do that, end the command. Likewise, I have under these polyline utilities, I have these other things like those are remove functions right here, remove arcs, remove a segment, remove a vertex. I also have these edit functions where I can add points, add a vertex, do all of these different things. Well, it would be helpful if I didn't have to go, you know, click, 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 click when I wanted to remove a vertex. But if I look at that icon, I see, and sort of get an idea of what the icon looks like. It looks like there's a polyline, and it has one of the vertices is red, and there's a pencil eraser over top of it. So that makes sense to remove that polyline vertex. If I look at this one, for instance, remove the polyline segment, I see that the segment of it is red and there's a pencil eraser. But now remove polyline arcs, it's not on one of the toolbars, so I'm just going to miss that one. But so I sort of like those, and they're helpful. And I look at that polyline toolbar now, and I see that they are right up here. There's my remove polyline vertex, and there's my remove polyline segment. There's an add polyline vertex. Okay, so I have all of those nice tools. Here's one called extend by distance. There's one that joins things together, joins up various polylines. There's to reduce the number of vertices, so you can get an idea. Here's one that changes the direction, because sometimes you have to switch the direction of something, particularly for centerline development. All right, so those are very useful, and it's just a one-click access, and that's one reason I really like that polyline toolbar to be there. It keeps me from digging deep down here into these utilities, but you can do them either way. Okay. So then the last little bit that that I have up here are standard surface. We talked about that, had the triangulate and contour and the view, the 3D viewer and the surface viewer that I use a lot of. And standard is this standard new file, open, save, print, all of those different things. Okay. The transparent point and selection commands are these over here, this vertical on the right, that's underneath the modify toolbar. And that allows you to create points. Say there's one at the geometric center of a shape, a centroid of a shape, or if you need to snap to a point that might be the intersection of, say, a line that runs this way and a line that runs that way, but they haven't, you know, met in the middle, you can choose those and it will snap to those particular locations. They're just little helpful abilities to set points based on geometry reference. This one with a circle and a line through it is a distance intersection. This one, or a distance bearing intersection. So it goes at a direction at a certain distance and sets a point. The one under that, the two overlapping circles, means, you know, find the location that is a certain distance from two different points. And of course, those are going to be circles around each of those points. And they, unless they're exactly tangent at a single point, they're going to have two particular solutions, and it steps you through all of those things. So those are some possibly useful tools for you. Okay. Now, the last bit that we'll talk about on that interface item is that same thing. If you're not able to right click and choose it and find things from there, then you can always get to them as well. It's a setting. So it's on the settings menu, and it is going to be on the, there's two different choices here, a toolbar manager or toolbar setup. The manager allows you to load and save different toolbar files, okay? And the toolbar setup, however, is what lets you choose which toolbars you have out here. And you can see there's my CARLSON menus, there's my draw, elevate, and entity, but I wanted to point this out to you as well. Now you can change the button size, etc. But here's one that's very easy to overlook. Up here at the top is a pull down that lets you choose the category of those that we didn't see when we did the pull right up here in the gray area. So these are all of the CARLSON toolbars, and notice there is, I'll come down here and there's a CARLSON draw, okay? But remember that I had, let's see, if I switch this to, that's CARLSON DGN, there's a MicroStation related tools, there's your CG survey, IntelliCAD and IntelliCAD DGN. Well, IntelliCAD, if I switch to that category, now it has a draw toolbar that's not out there. So I'm going to turn that one on just so you can see it. And it's right here. And it happens to be vertical, it doesn't have to be. But it has some of the same things. They could say like draw a line, draw a polyline, do all those same things. The difference is the IntelliCAD line and polyline commands do not have you, let's just simply do a draw a line that says enter to use last point, or you can follow something else, or hit the start of the line. So I'll hit a start, and I can set an angle, length, or an end point, looking down here on my command line. So I would have to either snap to something or type in those distances, etc., or pick a point. Now, that's IntelliCAD, AutoCAD, much the same way. The CARLSON version, though, of drawing a line, besides letting you set up some things like a different layer and color, etc., is the biggest difference is right down on the command line. It says pick a point or point numbers. So if you are using CARLSON points, that's where you can really make some productivity gains, particularly if you know you have a series of sequential points, and you can set those up as 5-37. So it draws from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to any, and even if you don't have points number 10, 11, 12, it would go from 9 to 13. It just takes them in order. Okay, so that's there. And because of that, I don't necessarily have a big need for that. I have here text and multi-line text, hatch. You can see the different things that I've got available on this menu here. There's wipeouts, for instance, and I use wipeouts from time to time, but not so much. I just, that I need a button for it. So I generally just type the command myself, just again, my practice, not a right or wrong way. So as you get comfortable with it, if you find yourself using a command over and over and over again, try to find the toolbar it's on and learn where that icon is if it's helpful. Now, one other item to point out that will help you as you're learning this is, let's say I like this 3D command, this polyline elevation editor. That's a really excellent tool. And well, that's of course not going to show me. Let's choose this one, set elevation, or set polyline to elevation. That means setting a 2D polyline to a particular elevation. Now, what I would typically do is simply select the polyline and go to the properties and set the elevation. That does the same thing. But let's say this is a command you want to use, and you can see the icon, you see where it is, but if you look down at the status line down here at the bottom, most of these will give you a little explanation of what they do. Now that third one, of course, is missing, the fourth one as well. Oh gosh, of course, what a great illustration. I've choose the one set of commands that got a lot of them missing. All right, so let's change that terminology and say that a lot of these things have those explanations shown down there on the bottom as to what they do, and there's a colon, and then there is the typed name of the command. So if I want to edit a polyline vertex, if I type on the command line EDITPL and hit enter, that'll do it. Same thing, if I set the polyline origin, I would type PLCHGORG, in other words, change origin, polyline change origin. So that can help you, you can know where those are. But here's another place to find something, and particularly a toolbar location. If I go to the help menu and choose the CARLSON manual, there are, in the table of contents tab, some various categories. You got some introduction on how things work, and that's really sort of I would recommend going through that when you get a chance, just to get some general feels. But I've got some general commands. Remember, we talked about general menus: file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points, that are common to every module. That's under these general commands: file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points, plus the help. So as an example, I'm going to open up the edit menu. So that takes all of these commands, including all the pull rights, and shows you examples. And that was remove polyline vertex. So if I click that, I'm going to see what it does. Sometimes you'll see a drawing about it, so it explains it, shows you the prompts that are going to show up on the command line, but it also shows you, where these menus, where the command is on the menu location, and it tells you that keyboard command that you can type and get that same command. If you, let's look at, here's one that has a little drawing to support it. So that's also a way of showing you, the same type of thing. What's the typed command? And you can also, even at the last resort, is when you run a particular command, maybe you choose it from a menu, and even if it doesn't show you that little help system, if you just look at the command line when you run it, you will see the typed name of the command show up when it's there. Now, the rest of these commands in the help system are by module. So here's the civil, and there's the surface menu, for instance. You got all this kind of stuff that tells you about running the surface commands. Sometimes if a module, and here's, see, the survey module has survey, COGO, area layout, and annotate. There's also a surface menu in the survey module, but you don't see it here because it's also talked about over there in the civil side. So sometimes you'll see that. Same as hydrology, although hydrology has a subset of the surface commands. And see, it tells you right here, the pull down menu for the surface commands of hydrology is shown here. So it's abbreviated. Most of these commands are also in the civil design module and are described there. So you would go back to this civil module and look under surface, right? So these are going to follow basically the menu structure. But now here's what I wanted to show you about that is very helpful potentially, is not only, there's some other places I'll talk to you about, but so not only, are there YouTube videos and useful things online and some help things available online that might even be newer, there's a section here under tutorials that are really, really well done and show you how to do certain things in a workflow, a stepwise process. Okay, so this one here on CAD basics, if you're brand new to CAD, This is great. It tells you, you know, how things done, how you select objects, how you choose commands, how, you know, what you're trying to do. And then it goes through certain things. Well, here's surveyors might want to type up a deed, how to get the deed drawing. Well, there it is, start to finish. And by the time you're done, you know, you've got your deed created. And they even go all the way through, you know, producing a little plat. Now, some of them are dated. This one, for instance, is stepping you through somebody making a plat, and they did it all in model space. Well, nobody really uses model space to do a sheet layout anymore. They do it all the time over into paper space. So, you know, take that a little bit with a grain of salt, but, you know, because some of these are quite, you know, showing some age on it, but the information that they show is really, really useful. There's making a plat, and this field to finish for faster drafting. You guys probably won't use it at all. Surveyors do it, and you can see as I scroll through here, it's very, very, very extensive, and it goes through that whole exercise in generating everything just from a list of coordinate points and their descriptions, basically producing that finished drawing in a very short amount of time. Things that you might be looking for are contouring, digital terrain modeling, and design. So this whole section here has that. Same thing, contouring break lines, stockpiles, a dozen tools for surface design. This will help you in your grading. And here's the tools, how to draw a 2D polyline, 3D polyline, what they all do. Here's your design pads, how to convert 2D to 3D. Okay, there's your volume calculations, road design and volumes. Okay, and you'll see some of that here today. Road rehabilitation, if you get into really specific, like overlay paving, where you're going to have to keep part of the old road and match up to a design spec, it gets really sort of sophisticated there. Hydrology, stormwater, etc. Some of these require other modules, and they'll tell you that. The mining used to be, oh, here they are, Kaylee, I wanted to show you. The surface mining module, and that talks about some of these, and this tutorials, like you see with the general tutorials, are under that area, under that category, surface mining, under case studies, and that shows you, you know, how to do range diagrams, surface timing, okay, with bench extraction. And you can see, you know, as it's generating those 3D extraction modules, and it steps you through step by step by step by step, and you can follow. And I believe those data files that they're telling you to use are also installed in your Carlson projects directory. Okay, so make use of these. They are helpful, and they're always available to you there. And of course, there's also under the help menu a listing of these online training. Carlson Academy, of course, is just a list of people that can help you. You know, that may be how you guys found us. But these are trainers that are available. And there's your online movies, and you go to that, and it essentially goes to Carlson's YouTube page, or not essentially, it exactly does. And you can look at them by category, by playlist, by different communities, and there are all kinds of things in here. Some are, you know, everything from just user testimonials to extremely detailed point by point, you know, how-tos. So it's really, really good. There's a wealth of information here. Some of it is, of course, in foreign languages that won't necessarily make much sense, but there's not a lot of those. So they're really good there. Some of them, even the old ones, are helpful, but it's an excellent resource. Okay. So with that, let's talk about our civil process now, and what we're going to do in terms of our design work. First of all, any questions at all coming up past that part? All right, we're good. All right, so we sort of did some surface modeling yesterday, and again, not going to spend a whole lot of effort on it. Beyond what we did, we know we need some boundaries, we need break lines when and where we need them. So we're going to jump now into the civil design part of the commands and see how those tools are going to work. We also will learn as we're doing that how to get surface information from another source, and one that's sort of unlikely sometimes, but is commonly there and often overlooked. So I want to make sure that you're aware of that as well. So here's what we're going to be doing. In these exercises here, you're going to see it tells you that up in the preceding sections, there were some fundamental level exercises to kind of get you re-familiarized with some of these common tools. And so now we're going to go a little bit more in depth, and we're going to start to talk about these civil module tools, and we're going to cover some specific cases here, specifically a roadway design, and we'll evolve that into an actual roadway network, this road network that you see talked about here. It's just basically a level of hierarchy above this simple or single roadway design. It will actually take care of an entire network of roads, including intersections as well. Okay, and you'll see some of these other tools come into play. And then we'll also talk about these design template tools, which are the grading tools. And we'll see how all of that comes into play. So we're going to be talking about those as the modular tools. So I'm going to make sure I'm under settings, my CARLSON menus, I am in my civil menu set. I can tell that because it starts with 3D data. And here's the breakdown of these sections of the menus. File through points, again, we have those fundamental manipulation tools in there. Starting with 3D data, and the way that most of these menus are organized, and it's not a hard and fast rule, but it's sort of a general case, is the upper parts. You're going to see the menus separated by these little horizontal bars, but usually the upper parts tend to be the more fundamental type tools, either where you're going to create something or you're going to read an existing file and produce something. And then you get more and more specific on working with those types of items in these middle sections. And again, here now you can see I'm on a 3D data, and that's talking about not so much a surface, but we often use those for surfaces, but it's the actual drawn geometry. So there's our 2D to 3D by screen entities that we did yesterday. Elevate by rules based on reference to certain things, setting some spot elevations, converting them to points, all kinds of things. But then you get into some utilities or some drawing aspects of those categories based on whatever menu you're in down toward the bottom. So you have some more fundamental basic stuff at the top, some more and more detailed at the bottom, and then more utility type things at the lower ends. So looking at surface, here's some of our upfront stuff that we want to do. Our primary workhorse is right there, triangulate and contour. And then once we have that done, some of the things that you can do from those is you can contour from those files or different sources, do some modifications, etc. Now, this talks about grids as opposed to triangulation files. And then down here's the computation portion where I can do some volumes, again, by triangulation or grids, and my cut and fill analysis. And now I've got stockpile, pond, and pit volumes. And this would sort of go hand in hand. Sometimes it's an after choice of our design pad template. And we got some design pond as a separate thing. Now this design pond is really nothing more than this design pad with a couple of little options that sort of make it into a single process in terms of a pond. So we're going down into the ground, but we can do the same thing with both, and you'll see how those actually work in a minute. And then you get into these draw commands. Now you could say, and I would argue that draw surface, this is where I would like to see drawing contours. I've got quick contours, and that means they're going to draw them, but then they'll erase as soon as I change my viewpoint. If I zoom in or pan, it's going to go away. But I can do things like draw the boundary of a surface or draw where multiple surfaces might intersect, like an existing ground and design ground. That would be that line of zero cut and fill. I've got this utility type thing, a surface inspector, that lets me hover the mouse and it reads elevations of a surface or multiple surfaces. And there's that 3D views, and this is different from the ones on my toolbar up here or on the view menu, which is basically just viewing a 3D viewer for the surface. That particular set of 3D views, you see there, it does a flyover. Now there's the same one, the surface file. Okay, that is the same as that one up there, but these others will let you choose a surface file, and then you can choose a path to follow, and you can choose a vehicle type, and you can position your eye, whether you're like a bird flying behind it or a passenger in the vehicle, or you're looking out the left window, right, and there's sort of video game looking. So we can take a look at that once we get our surfaces built. View shed analysis. So some of those more rarer but a little more detailed types of analyses. And here's my import export capabilities. Notice that you can convert a land desktop civil 3D surface drawing. So if you have a civil 3D drawing that includes a surface object in it, you no longer have to have that surface exported as a land XML file. It can read the drawing and pull it right out of the DWG file and create a CARLSON file for you. Okay. SiteNet. We'll talk about this basically, pretty briefly here. Is that this is an entire system within this one menu that a lot of contractors use, or they might actually get the construction module, which has some other tools as well. But the basics of generating surfaces and computing volumes and materials and costs and whatever, you can see that calculate total volumes and material quantities, all of those. Everything's contained within here, and it's the same thing. So if you are building the surface, let's say we made those surfaces yesterday called existing ground. And if I come in here and say, draw a building pad that I have to, cut part of and bring some fill in, it will calculate how much material that I have to do to build that. That's basically the same as here under volumes by triangulation with 2 surface volumes, but SiteNet does it slightly differently. It does it like this. When you define the layer, surface, and materials, it's going to bring up a little box where you have 2 categories, existing and design, and everything else is other. Right now, you see these layer names. Everything says other. So you would find things like what would make the existing ground. Now, I had yesterday those points, and that was on that VTopo DTMP. And I had the 3D break lines, which would be on VTopo BKLN. So I control click that. And I'm going to say move to either existing or design. I'll choose existing. I'll hit the button move to, takes it out of other, puts it in existing. Nothing on design yet. So right now I'm saying everything on these layers are going to define what I'm going to call my existing ground. And if I have closed polylines, let's say I had these building footprints and they were going to be building pads. If they are closed polylines, and if I set the, if I double click that particular layer that has that on there, I can give that a name. Let's call that, building pad or what have you. And I can then put in, 2 inches of asphalt at such and such a cost per square foot, ton, cubic foot, square yard, etc. And I can build multiple layers of material in that one item, and then it will, when I go to compute my volumes, generate a cost for me. Okay, so it's not a terribly let me say, I'm going to say no, I'm going to say that, but I'm going to say it's not something to necessarily avoid. You just need to be aware that there's a certain rigor that's required, because you have to set a boundary. That's like that shrink wrap boundary. And then when you set up those targets, you don't necessarily have to build those substructures, but you can. But when you do that, and you do it for each of the existing and the design options, and then you would set up any kind of particulars like topsoil stripping. And then you got 2 basic commands right here: make existing ground, make design surface. That's analogous to what we did yesterday under the surface menu, triangulate and contour. So it's just going to make a thing called existing, and it's going to make a thing called design. And then you're going to do these calculations, get volumes inside, get your materials and all that. But it's always based on the comparison of that existing and design. So it's sort of restrictive in that sense, but it keeps it simple. The difference is, or the primary difference is, that you have to know which layers are there, and the things that are on that layer have to all, contribute toward that, the definition of those, of the surface, either existing or design. So if you've got something else on that same layer that is not really to be used for creating that design, let's say on those break line layers, I also had, building footprint layers were drawn on there as well. I would probably not want to have those all on the same layer. I would then need to go out and change these items and put them on a separate layer, because I want to define them differently. So it just depends on how your drawing's organized and what your workflow is going to be doing. But that is what the SiteNet menu itself does. And like I said, it's an entire subsystem. It's meant to be a subset of the construction module. So it's there for you. The rest of these, when we're building roads or even just graded areas, a lot of times we're going to do those with center lines and profiles and cross sections. And you can see those 3 things have their own menus. And again, here's your design, your upfront stuff, convert it, drawn elements into that. And then once you have the files, you can draw them, you can label them, and you can do some conversion and some utility type things. Same thing under profiles. You can create them from different sources. Once you have the files done, you may draw the profile that will read that profile file, and it will create the drawing of the profile, convert them into 3D polylines into the drawing, et cetera, get reports, and down here at the bottom, some utilities and conversions. So that's sort of the structure that I want you to think about. The creation part up front, the manipulation part in the middle, and the utility and conversion and output stuff toward the bottom. And again, all of these things are going to create external files that we're going to use, that we can read and edit and report on and draw and go from there. So we have center lines, which is the horizontal alignment. We have the profiles, which is the vertical or the up and down part, and then we have the cross-sectional shape of these corridors that we're going to be building. Now, those are all three done as sort of separate entities, and then we get to this roads menu, and this is where you're actually, even under sections, this is where you're going to actually, create cross sections as you cut through surfaces. But here's where you're going to do this design template. And this is what you might be familiar with saying in terms of road design. You might call that your typical section. Well, it is a cross section, but it is a design template. It's a pattern to follow, whereas the sections menu that comes before the roads menu has more to do with, as you stop along an alignment, take a slice through multiple features, whether they're surface files or solid objects or what have you, and it creates a cross-sectional view of the things that that slice encounters. Whereas this design template is the actual, desired cross-sectional shape of different materials. And we'll go through all of that. And so we need several things to build our roads. We need that center line, we need the profile, and we need this design template. And that design template, once we run all this stuff together, will quite often generate these section files. Okay, but the sections have more than just an automatic generation. I can take a cross-sectional shape of anything. So we'll do a real quick example of that to get things started. But so the road menu is going to go through those, and you have some specialty type commands here where we set up individual files that control various input into our road design process. And you can see what some of those are. Template series, topsoil removal and replacement, road rehabilitation profiles, all of these, sometimes very specific things. There's our vehicle path tracking, which is sort of like auto turn as a commercial product. But then you come down, once all of those things are built, and you can run this process road design, and this is a system that puts all of that stuff together. And notice it has a left-hand side and a right-hand side, and the left-hand side allows you to pick a center line. And once you pick a center line, this becomes active over here. It tells you what the name of it is, and then the edit button comes up. So I need these input files, center line, a profile, and a design template or a series, and then an existing ground surface. Now, all of these others are sort of optional. I don't need to know specifically a rock section under that existing surface, but if I have it, it will classify my excavation. I can have template transitions. I've got super elevation areas, all of these different sort of options that fine tune that. So this builds a list of files that are related to each other. And then these edit buttons allow me to edit those individual files once I populate that list. Now, after you hit the OK button at the bottom of that, it's going to generate this output. I can have a design cross-section, an existing cross-section, and those are the actual surface slices that we talked about, the difference of the section menu versus the roads menu. Topsoil replacement and removal, generate coordinate files. So maybe I want to generate a stakeout file to send out in the field. And sometimes, like when you're setting these up, when you set up that coordinate file, you could say, well, I want you to send me a list of coordinates of only the low spots, the sag points, the lowest part of my vertical curves, and not on the center line, but over against the face of curb around the, the left and right edges of that pavement, about where that curb's going to be. So those points would then be where I would, put a stake in the ground and tell my contractor, hey, this is where you need to put an inlet. You need to build an inlet here because that's the low part of your curb. So, you can use those to be very specific. You can also say, give me all the PCs, PTs, PIs, give me everything I need to do to stake that out. So all of these are outputs of that road design process, okay? Load and save those settings, etc. Now that has to do with a single road design. The next thing, and this is the big kahuna of this whole module, is this road network. Okay. And when we look at that, it's going to load up a little subsection. We're going to, I'm just going to call this one junk. And it's going to build me a file over here. It's going to run this little subsection on the left-hand side here. Let me get that so I can see all my buttons. And this lets me build a network of different roads. It could be a single road, but if it has more than one alignment, I would simply just add it to there, and it automatically finds the intersections, and it calculates all of the grading and the earthwork and everything. As if I change the vertical alignment, if I pick up one of those roads vertically and make it higher or lower, it knows the other road is going to intersect it, and it will pull that road down or push it up with it so that it crosses at the same elevation. You'll see that as we go through a couple of examples. Okay, so I'm going to exit that subsystem, but that's our sort of flagship product there, and it does the very same thing as this process road design. It's going to be a place where we identify a bunch of files, and we have these edit commands over here where we can make edits to them. And all of this is just a little clearinghouse that does things like, there's my edit, here's my centerline editor. Here's my profile and design road profile, and I would do my road profile editor. Here is my, if I get to the design template, that's where I would edit my cross-sectional shape of my road. So all of those things are available from both here, the single, see those are the buttons where I identify the files. These edit buttons take you into those commands, and you can do them from either place, either those individual pull downs or from this as a little clearinghouse. And this just makes it sort of easier because you keep everything associated together. Okay. With that, let's see, we're not quite to 10:30 yet, but I think it's a good place to sort of call a break. Did both of you all generate a surface from this file yesterday?
Yeah.
Not.
At least one, whether it was our correct one with break lines or not. Did you get a grade file out of that, Kaylee?
I did not.
Okay. If you, well, I'll step you through that really quickly just to be able to get that, because I want to use that as a real quick example before we get into the larger files and the road design. I want to show you a couple of those tools when we come back. But for now, let's go ahead and take our morning break. It's 10:20. Let's start back at 10:30, and then we'll gear this up to come down the home stretch on some of these tools. And we'll use this because it's sort of small and contained, and we can see some of this stuff. We got elevation labels and things that will be helpful for us when we come back. So, and if you've already built your surface from that yesterday, Matt, you should be in good shape. We're just going to identify one or multiples of those as we use that as an existing ground. Okay. So I will go ahead and pause, resume the recording, and I'll go back and share the screen. And Kaylee, just let me know when you're back, you're ready to roll. I have visions of her dog dragging her down the street.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
Oh, no problem at all. We were just waiting for you. I was speculating that maybe you had to let your dog out again. And if you have a, you know, my stepson and his wife, they had a Great Pyrenees,
Oh.
and it almost took both of them to take that dog on a walk. So anyway.
Mine's just an Australian Shepherd, but yeah, I took her outside.
Oh, still. Well, good. All righty. Well, dogs are important people. It's good to have. Okay, so Kaylee, what I want you to do for this, Matt, if you were to have your Surface, you can just sort of watch this as a quick review. We're going to build an existing grant out of this file. So if you have not already, go ahead and open up sample from T3 Global.
Yep, that's open.
Okay, now I want you to choose the view menu, thaw/on all layers so that everything is showing. And it would look like this. You have all those white lines as well.
Yep, that's good.
Okay, now I want you to go to view and choose isolate layers, which is right here in the middle of that section. Or if you're using the toolbar, it's that first one in the toolbar. Okay. And it's going to ask you to select objects on the layers to isolate. You just need to pick one on each layer. So I'm going to pick one of those white lines and one of those red points that you can see down the bottom, or you can, you know, click and drag a little window around them to make sure you get multiples if you want. And then hit enter, and you should see it look like this now. All right.
Yes.
Now, let's choose draw shrink wrap entities.
Okay.
And let's choose across gaps and layer name. Just put something in there, maybe BDY for boundary, just if you don't have anything already showing up. And the maximum gap of 1,000 feet is fine. And let's set your perimeter reduction to, let's say medium.
Okay.
And make sure it's on 2D polyline and hit OK. And now it wants you to select the entities. Just type the word ALL and hit enter. So you've selected everything that's showing there now.
I have
And
one
Bruce-
issue.
Okay, yes.
It didn't have that option to change it to 1,000.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forget you're on the previous version. Yeah, that part's fine. You can just ignore that. Okay.
And we're good.
Then when it tells you to select the entities, just type the word all and hit enter. And now you're through selecting, so hit enter again to finish that selection. And it should do something that looks like that. Maybe yours is white and skinny, but it should give you a little boundary around it.
I have it as a white line.
That's fine, okay? And we're not gonna worry about smoothing out the edges. We're just gonna leave that like it is. And now we're gonna make our surface from this data. So go to the surface menu and choose triangulate and contour.
All right.
And let's start with the selection tab on the far right. Make sure neither of those two things are checked. And then go to the contour tab and make sure that is unchecked. We're not going to generate contours, but we will generate a surface that we can contour at any time we choose.
You said you didn't want anything in selection turned on?
Correct. Yeah, just uncheck those first two boxes if you see them, and even if the ones down below are checked, they will gray out, so they won't come into play.
Okay. then that's done.
All right, contour tab, make sure that draw contours in the upper left is unchecked.
Done.
And that means that the labels tab is completely gray, so that's fine. Now back finally to the triangulate tab. The first check to turn on is to write the file. So write the triangulation file and choose select, the button to the right of that. And you're going to type a file name here, and let's just call it EG for existing ground. And we'll hit the save button. So that's going to create the file when we run it. And we're going to check the next box down that says use the inclusion exclusion areas. And that's the one we just drew with the shrink wrap. And does yours give you a boundary method, trim or remove? Probably not. In your version, I forget.
It does have it.
You say it does have it? Okay, make sure it says trim at the boundary.
Yes.
And then erase previous contour entities. You can leave that set to whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But we do want to say ignore 0 elevations.
Okay.
And we're going to set these maximum edge lengths, both of these, interior and exterior, just set them to 2000. If you have that, I think you do. Forget when they added that.
Yes.
And so the only checkbox we're going to have is this ignore 0. Everything else we're going to leave alone or leave unchecked. Okay.
And then just
So got out of that?
Yes.
Yeah, then just hit OK and now read your prompts before you start selecting things. It wants you first to select the inclusion perimeter. So pick on that boundary that got generated with shrink wrap. And it should tell you entities in set 1. And it's still prompting you to select. You can have more than one, but we're done with that selection. So we hit enter. And now it says select any exclusion polylines. We're not going to choose any. And it says press enter for none. So we just press enter. And now it says select the points and break lines you want to use to triangulate. So now you can just type ALL again, hit enter, and finish that selection step by pressing enter one more time. And you'll probably get a little error box that pops up like this on the left where it has you know, a crossing or two, and it may or may not be the same number that I have here, 1 and 2. That stuff is controlled by these settings as to the tolerance that you have set as to whether it flags an error. But I'm looking at those and they're within, you know, they're less than 1/10 of a foot. So I'm going to just leave them alone and hit the exit button and let it go on and do it. And now I should have, and I'm going to verify you do the same thing. Go to the view menu, 3D view, surface file viewer, and see if that file eg.10 is there that you just made.
Yes.
Hit open. And then if you have to turn on the color and whatever, you can turn the contours off if you like. So you will have something like this that shows up.
Yep, that's what I have.
Okay, good. Now you've got your surface. Go ahead and hit the exit button. And we're going to use that as our design. So a couple of things that we can do with that surface. Obviously, you can draw the contours. But let's take a look at a couple of things that we can do. I'm going to set my current setting. I'm going to match that so you can see what I'm going to draw. I'm going to go back to this button where we isolated those 2 layers. I'm going to go back to my view menu and I'm going to say restore layers. turn everything on, and I'm going to now freeze those 2 layers that we used just to get them out of the view. They're sort of crowding my view. So I'm going to go to view, and I'm going to choose freeze layer by pick. And I'm going to pick one of those white lines, and then I'm going to pick one of those pink dots, the points. And then I'm going to hit enter to finish. So that now is the extent of my surface, and here's the data that was delivered in the file. Now, let's take a look at what we can do with this as some evaluation tools. And at this point, Matt, you can join us now that you have your surface to work with. Let's go to the Profiles menu and do a quick profile. And again, we can set our source to be the surface file itself. And you have potentially 2 surfaces listed down here. If you have 2, like I've got here, I'm going to hit that second button over here on the right and just choose cancel immediately to clear that out. And for the first, in this case only, surface, I'm going to hit first and choose that EG surface that we just built and choose open. So now that's done, I'm going to say okay. And it wants me to either pick a starting point, or I could have pre-drawn something to use, but I'm just going to pick a line. And I'm going to pick here, I'm going to go across this roadway and across this little pad over here out into the flat spot. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to sort of draw across sort of perpendicular to the road over into this flat spot, and I'm going to click a point there. And notice I could keep going if I wanted, but that's all I'm going to look at is just that slice. And I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to give me this shape. And I can put the mouse up into this upper part and use the wheel. I can press and hold it in and pan, or I can roll it in and out to zoom. And there's a little marker as to where I am. If I put the mouse back in the lower window and start to move it around, you see the blue crosshairs is tracking the surface. It's reading over on the right-hand side, the station and the elevation at that point, and you see where the marker is. So that gives you a way to sort of evaluate that surface. Now, the nice thing about this, when you have drawn by picking points in this evaluation, you have a couple controls over here. You can set the vertical exaggeration. Right now, it's just fitting to within this space, and you can't resize this area down here. So that does a fit. If I want to see it exactly as it is, I can say ×1, so there's no vertical exaggeration. So there's what the ground really looks like with no exaggeration. Okay. Now, if you have done this by that pick points when we did it, you have a button here that says adjust alignment. And if you click that button, now you're going to go up into the upper part, the plan view, and you're going to pick just somewhere near one of 3 places. If you pick nearest the midpoint, you're going to be, and I'm going to do that, I'm just going to click the mouse, and that's going to pick up that line and let me move it exactly like it is anywhere I want to go look at something. So once I pick that, and then I'm going to pick a place here, I'm just going to click again and put it down. And now it's back to as if I had drawn it over there. Okay, so this is a really great tool to start looking at surfaces to make sure your design is correct. If I go to adjust alignment again, and if I pick nearer to one of the endpoints, it's going to hold the other endpoint and let me swing this endpoint. I can make it longer, shorter, whatever. So I can pick it down here. And then if I want to reposition it, every time I do this, I can only do it one at a time. So I'm going to now go across both of those ponds. And now you can see down in here, I'm in this deeper pond. And I come up here to this area right in here, you can see I'm in this perched pond right up here at the top, and you can see down below what it looks like. Of course, you can set your vertical exaggeration to be whatever you'd like. Okay, so that's a way of sort of getting a dynamic, quick profile along that line, and it can be more than one segment. Okay, it doesn't have to simply be, you know, 2 endpoints, but the way we did it was the 2, and we've got this ability to adjust. You can then draw it, and it would do a, just as if we did on the profile menu, draw profile, it would create it and plot it for us as well if we wanted to look at that. So a lot of times you may have a supervisor that comes by and say, hey, cut me a quick section across there. Let me see what that looks like. Well, that's what they're talking about. And that's actually called a quick profile. Okay. So let's exit that and let's talk about this section. And this is part of the section menu. And these are actually taking cross sections. This is what some supervisors erroneously say, well, cut me a section across there. And it is a section view, but that technically is a profile. They want to looking at something along one particular slice. But if I'm going to make some cross sections, what I need to do is to make, first of all, an alignment. So I create a line, and then I'm going to say, I want to look at slices perpendicular to that line every so many feet. And so I want to create a section alignment. That's this first one, section alignment editor. So I'm going to click that, and it wants me to create or edit, if it's existing, this MXS file. So I'm going to click on new, and I'm going to call this file surface eval, you know, just whatever. And I'm going to say open. So now I've got an alignment file. And okay, so I have to draw it first. I look down here at the bottom, it says choose a centerline file or select a polyline. I don't have either one. So I'm going to press escape to cancel that command. And let's draw it. Let's draw the alignment itself now. So I'm going to just go to the draw menu and draw a 2D polyline. And I'm going to make this one magenta so you can see it with colors. And I'm going to say, okay, and now it wants me to pick a point or a point number. So I'm just going to, I'm going to make an alignment. I'm going to go right from here across to here and be done. Now it could have more than one segment, just like any profile can do, but this is what I'm going to be using. All right, so now I'm ready to set this up. So I go to sections and choose the section alignment editor. So I'm going to make an alignment for that section to follow. And I'm going to choose that surface eval, call it new, and say open. And now, let's try that again here. Section alignment editor, new, surface eval, open. There we go. And now it says to select a centerline polyline. That's my default. It's in brackets. Or if I typed CL, I could open a file that already existed. I don't have the file yet. So I'm going to pick that alignment. And it's just like creating a roadway alignment or any kind of alignment, sewer line, whatever. It wants the beginning station. I'll just take it at 0. So I'll hit enter for that. And now I'm going to set up how often do I want to cut cross sections perpendicular to this alignment. And how far to the left and how far to the right do I want to look? Well, let's set this up initially every 25 feet. And let's look, say 100 feet left and right. Now, obviously they can be different ones. The type of curve has to do with the curve definitions. If this alignment had curves in it, whether I'm using roadway or railroad, you're going to most always use roadway. And you can tell it that I want to prompt for my starting and ending stations. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let it start at 0 and go to its end. And I could use a perimeter. So I could draw a polyline that I said only look within this polyline. That's what that does. You can pick the offset distances. So if you didn't know this number, you could check that on and it would prompt you to show it how far left or right. So all of these different options, I'll let you read through those as, you know, whenever you use that command, you can look at those at your leisure. Now, I want to report these stations at that interval. That's this 25. And if I used it at centerline special stations, that if this was more than a single segment, I would put in, if I had curves, for instance, I would have my starting point, my PC, which is my point of curve, my point of tangent, where it goes from a curve back to a tangent. Or if I didn't have curves, I just had sharp points, those would be my points of intersection. So those are those special stations. You really won't have any effect on it right now because this is a single segment. Okay, I could tell it if I were using a particular profile to give me the stations at a particular profile where those curves start and stop, but I'm not using a profile here for this one as well. I can add additional odd stations if I know someplace in particular I want to cut it. I'm going to uncheck that, use exclusions, allow sections overlap, that's fine. I'm just going to say okay to this. And now it wants me to, it says, here's my file here. So station 0 to 750 at 100 feet left, 100 feet right, 25 feet. And then finally the end station a little bit beyond 750. And you see here where it's drawn in my drawing, the left portions and the right portions, and that's every 25 feet. So you could change that. Well, instead of every 25 feet, let's edit that and make that instead of 25 feet, let's make that 50 feet. Let's say we wanted to change that. Even after we've done this, we could do that. And it's going to now compute that. We'll hit save and now exit. So now we have created this. And if I zoom in and out, you see those little temporary lines went away. All right, so we've actually created that and set up the alignment. So now back to what we've done with that, we could draw that. Let's say we've erased that line, we could recreate it. But now, what do we want to create those sections from? All we've done at this point is created the alignment to look at, how far to look left and right, and how often to look left and right. I can now say create those from surface entities, and it would actually go out and intercept these things that are drawn, or I'm going to use a grid or triangulation surface. That's what we're going to look at. Okay, so we're going to choose that, and it's going to prompt us to pick a grid file or a tin file. There's our EG. We'll select that, choose open. And I can link the sections to triangulation. And what this means is if I were to change that existing ground surface, either I got new data or I've done some kind of grading to it and I've modified it. Now, if I resave that and it makes a change, it's going to automatically update these cross sections. All right, you can leave it to automatic, or the choices are to turn it off so that you manually have to recreate it, or you can have it prompt you for it. I'll set it to prompt. And the reason you might want to change that from automatic is because sometimes they get really complex and you're making a few changes. You don't necessarily want it to recompute every time. So you might set it to prompt to remind you that it's changed and you need to update it and give you the choice. maybe you're not ready to until you finish making all your changes. So you'll see that a lot in some of these linkings. So I'll say, okay. And so now it wants to know a section alignment file to process. Now we made the alignment with that one right there. And you see a little preview of it. So that's one we're going to use. We'll say open. And it wants to know the section file to write. Now this is, again, not the alignment, but this is going to be the shapes of that surface left and right. And so we'll give that a name. And I'm going to call that one also surface eval. Doesn't have to match, and be anything you want. And we'll say save. And off it goes, and you see it runs down here and it gives you some reports. It read these edges and it made those intersections found, and it just concludes, and it doesn't do anything here, but it has created the file. At this point, I can go to my sections menu. And since I have created the sections and therefore the section file, I can now go to my section file editor, and I'll choose that section file of my existing tab, surface eval. I'm going to open it, and here are the individual stations. So if I knew I wanted to go up here about midway through, I'd pick this station, I'll double click it. And that's what it looks like right there. Now, that shows me what station I was at, 3 plus 50. And if I slide this back and forth, you can see that I'm stepping through that existing ground everywhere along that by station, okay? I can, let's say my next station would be, there I'm at 0, 0. My next station is 0 plus 50. And as I track along here, it tells me a particular offset at station 50, how far right and left I am and what the elevation and slope is. And of course, it reads you this information over here as well. And I can select individually these specific offsets. And again, we're still at that station 0 plus 50. But let's say I wanted to look at station 0 plus 30. Well, all I have to do is when I go back out, let's say there is 0 plus 30. I think I may be able to do it here. If I change that to 1, no, that's not going to let me do it here. So I'm going to go to say cancel for that. And I'm going to now, I want to choose that, say 0 plus 30. So I can interpolate a single station, and the station I want to look at is 0 plus 30 or 30 feet. And I will choose interpolate. And so once I've done that and choose exit, it now has a station created in my list. I'll go back and double click any one of those to get my editor up, and the next station, I can either hit the next button. So that goes to 0 plus 30, there's 0 plus 50, etc. Okay. I can also, while I'm in this viewer, you have all kinds of different things. You can edit a particular point and change the value of it. Graphically, that's what this will do. If I had subgrades and multiple surfaces, you would see all of them show up here, and you'll see that when we get to the roadways. But we can also do this nice little thing. We can say drive. So I'm going to drive. I'll center the section, auto zoom for each section. Let's focus on the offset range. Well, let's just leave it like that. We'll center the section. Automatic zoom will say okay. And up here is your driving speed. So if I go every 25, if I go 25 miles per hour down this line, I'll hit okay. You're going to watch it as it goes along that alignment. Okay, so this particular thing now, I'll just hit stop and then come back to a Let's just go to this particular one. I'm going to choose fit as my vertical. Wow, that's kind of, let's maybe go to, let's see, what were we looking at? Probably 10. So there I'm at station 0 plus 0. Let's put that back at fit. Okay, there we go. So this is a way of looking at the left and right along this line as to where those intervals are. Now, I'll say either okay or cancel. I haven't made any. I'll say okay, and that will save this. I can then close this off and save changes. Yeah, we'll save changes there. We didn't make any changes, but we'll save them. Now, if I wanted to see where those lines were taken, I would come back up here and draw the section alignment. And there's that section alignment. I'll say open. And if I wanted to draw the alignment polylines, that's this one. Well, it's still in here. I don't need to do it. But I will have it on. I could say erasing the existing entity. So it'll erase that and redraw it. And then you can put labels on it. We'll go ahead and label those perpendicular, put them on the left, give the station. There's my text size scalar, meaning plotted inches, how many decimal places, and I'll say okay. And so now it's drawn those in there permanently in my drawing. I see there's station 0 plus 0, 0 plus 50, 1 plus 0, 1 plus 50. Now, notice the 0 plus 30 is not in here because I did not edit the section alignment. I edited the section file, and that section is still in the file, but it doesn't show up here in the alignment unless I were to come back here and choose the section alignment editor. And let me pull that one again. And then here I would add a additional odd station. And then it should prompt me for enter the odd station. I'm just going to say 30. And so there now would be the creation of that. So it went from 25 to 30. And again, there's that original 25 foot. So if I say save that, exit that, and then redraw that, let me get my controls back out of the way. Move it down to the bottom so it gets out of the way. So if I go back to sections, draw that alignment again this time, now I choose open and say okay, and you're going to see it goes every 25 feet. And there now is the 25-foot intervals and the 30-foot. Now the alignment is back to that original definition of 25 feet, but my sections, when I edit the section file, section file editor. Sorry, I was looking for the word edit. And I come back to that cross section file. Notice I'm still at the 50-foot interval. So to get those extra 25-foot sections in there, I would either have to add or hit interpolate, and it would just interpolate between those two. But to get it exactly right to match the surface, I need to recreate that section. And so at this point, I would create sections from my grid or triangulation file. I would choose my surface file, link sections to triangulation. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to choose the alignment, which has now been redefined. cross-section file to write. Now I'm going to choose the one I just did because I want to recreate it and say save. It prompts me to replace it. Yes, I do. There it goes. And now if I do my section file editor, and I look at that cross section, now you see there every 25 feet, there's the 30 foot, there's the 50, double click any one, and then slide your way along it with the slider, or choose drive, or choose next and previous, and there you have it. Now what you can do with these files, besides just simply looking at them, is when you edit those, you can actually change the points. Let's go back to that editor. And let's say at this station at 75, and I can zoom in down here and see where I am at 0 plus 75 right in here. So let's say here over on the, let's say right here in the middle at that, where it crosses at 0. So let's say that we are, we'll come down here to that 0 spot. I've got a point here and I got a point there. I can, let's see if I can edit a point. If I pull this down, you know, pretty significantly here, and I'll pull that one down like this. So I'm going to make a pretty radical change in that cross section. Okay, so I'll say okay, and when I close this, prompts me to save it, I'll say yes. Okay, so now that cross section is just sampling the surface. I can go back to it and say my section file editor, and there's my file, and there was my section. I'll double click that 75. You see, I've still made that change. That doesn't affect that surface at all, but I could use this to help modify some designs that I may be using. Let's say I've done a building pad and I'm looking at two different things. I cut across see the existing ground, I see the building pad, and I say, well, right in there, I want that building pad to be a slightly different change. So I can make that change in that section file and then actually recreate that surface from that cross section. And let's see where I can pull that down here. Let's see if I go to my sections. My reports, cut and fill analysis. So when I do my cut and fill analysis, because I've changed that existing ground in the sections, when I calculate the amount of cut and fill, it will remove that amount of existing ground at that section from that surface computation. Okay, and then I can calculate those section volumes based on that. So being able to manipulate that a little bit is, you know, without having to go and change the base surfaces, gives you some more control over some of your designs. Okay. Now, show you another quick little grading tool where we have this surface file here and we're in a smaller file. Let's erase these section markers, everything that we've got here, and we'll do that more quickly if we erase by layer, I think, because that's on a layer called MXS. So you can do one of two things. You can either isolate that layer and then select everything and delete it, or we could go to our erase by layer tool. we're going to select layers from the screen. I'm going to pick one of those, and I think that will get it all. Say okay, and they all except that one. Let's see, one quick second, turn that off. And then I'll simply choose that and erase the original polyline. Okay, so there is a way of looking at sections, and we sectioned a particular file. You can, that was from that ground surface. You can take it from all of these different sources. And you can also, generate cross-section points from pipes that you've defined in the ground. So any of these particular type things can help you generate those cross-sectional views that walk along that section alignment. You have a similar thing to the profiles. We did that quick profile. Remember, we did pick and looked at it. We have under sections a quick sections. And again, it's going to either pick a starting point. So if I pick this point here and I go across to here and enter to end. So I enter there, I'm going to use a surface file. Again, first and second, I'm just going to look at the one. I'll open that. Quick sections method from a series of stations or a given single section. Let's start at 0, go to the end, go every 50 feet, 100 feet left and right. That should be good for us. I don't need to draw it or draw any of that stuff. I just want to look at it. I can actually give it a file name to save it, just like I did before on that last one, but I'm just doing this sort of quick and graphically. I'll say, okay, oops, I guess I have to give it an output file. So we'll just call this one quick. Oops. Quick section. And we'll say, okay. And there it went. So I'll go back to my sections, my section file editor. Now I've got 2, and here now is that section editor. So that generates exactly like that same thing, but I did it quickly and I didn't go to the formal steps of creating that alignment that I can recreate later. Okay, but I still have this, ability to step down and step through all of those sections that I cut across there and got to the end of it and done. Okay. So 2 ways of looking at that, and that quick sections also let you choose, multiple surfaces that you're looking at, but it just lets you very quickly evaluate some shapes and sections and see what you're looking at. I don't find that necessarily all that useful as a daily tool because I can generally go to my surface file viewer, and once I'm in here, I can sort of, zoom my way around and sort of evaluate how things look. It's setting up at a 3-time vertical. I'm going to set that back down to 1. So, whatever means you use to help evaluate the quality of what you've generated, like up here's this wall and the curb lines and such like that, is going to be helpful. All right. Now, a couple of grading tools. If you go to this area in this drawing file, we're going to put a little building pad in here. And we'll do it very simply. We're going to draw a rectangle. And I'm going to come down here and I'm just going to click and click and then put a rectangle out here in space. Actually, I'm going to select it and move it up here a little bit further so it straddles that little bank and it's not quite so close to the edge. So that's going to be, say, a building pad that I want to design. I'm just going to set it at a particular elevation, and you can see this contour at 1310. That looks to be like a good midpoint elevation. If I set this pad at 1310, well, it's going to be cut into the bank here, but it's going to be filled out to this area. But once that does that, this outer edge is going to be up in the air. It's going to be down in the ground here. So I need to, if I were going to build this, how do I tie that back into my existing ground? Okay, and this is the predominant way of doing that. And it's on our surface menu, and it's called Design Pad Template. And it's not just for pads, as you'll see in just a minute. So if we design pad template and we set this up, we need to tell it, well, what is our source of my slope target? So I'm going to take these outside edges and I'm going to set them at a particular slope to go out and hit that ground. Well, the target that I want to use is going to be a surface file because I have created this surface file. That's what I'm going to tie into. So if I choose that, then my slope direction from closed polyline. So if it's closed, that's in the case of using a pad, it's either going to go to the outside or it's going to go to the inside. So if I were going to the inside, that might be, say, a borrow pit or a pond or anything that I'm designing that I'm going to cut down into. And if that were the case, if I'm going to cut down into it, again, my target at that point might be a specific elevation. I may know a bottom elevation that I want to go down into. But I'm going to keep it on the outside now. I'm going to target a surface file. My slope perpendicular, when I project a slope, I want to be perpendicular to either this pad polyline or to the slope direction. Now, right now, it will be the same thing if I make this level. But if this were a sloped plane, then I want to make sure I choose the slope direction as my perpendicularity, because that's going to be the more conservative choice. It's a matter of, if you can imagine this being sloped, let's say it was down here, say on the ground, but it went up 10 feet up to this edge. And if I said my slope calculation, when I give it a ratio like a 3:1, if I go perpendicular to this drawn line, then the slope is going to be, exactly perpendicular to that at 3:1. So it's going to set the contours, the design contours at 3:1 based on that perpendicular projection from there. But if it's raised up in the air, really the direction I want to go is going to be sort of more, it's going to be angled like this and push down this way to set that slope. And that's going to put, if I keep it perpendicular and it's raised up in the air, it's going to put the contour lines closer together than an actual 3:1 slope would be, because of the way it calculates. So rule of thumb here is to just always use this slope direction to give you the more conservative choice. Now, all kinds of options here. Processing multiple pad polylines, for instance, I could have another one over here that's also going to do cut and fill to the existing ground. But if I said process multiples, then it's going to ask you to choose which one you're going to build first. So if it does this one and then it hits a fill slope out this direction, that's going to become now the target of our other pad here when it goes to build itself. Okay, you'll see that when we do our building and parking lot. So for now, we'll leave that off. We're just going to keep this. If we say use a slope pad design, then we can give it a % slope of this pad, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to keep it level. Now, rounding the exterior corners, I'm going to have that checked, and I'll show you what that means when it generates it. I'm going to erase some previous pad entities. I will draw the side slope polylines, and I will color them. And my side polyline spacing, when there's every 10, I'm going to set it to 10 feet. I don't need it quite so close together. And I'm going to set a delta angle of 10 degrees. We'll talk about that in a minute when we see the results. And I can calculate if I know the soil conditions, I can put in a swell or shrink factor for the soil. I can establish, now this may be new, may not be in yours, Kaylee, the subgrade depth and topsoil depth. You can specify those if you have them. You can trim any existing contours inside the pad, yes or no. I'm going to just say no, but that would cut these out of the pad so that it lines up with your new surface and ties in, but we can do all that later. And now our pad layer, I'm just going to call pad. And that should be all I need. Again, you can set some limits, some grading limits, some maximums, cuts, fills, and height, but we'll just leave it at that. So if you'll match that and then hit OK when you're ready. Just let me know if you've got everything like this.
Yep, good to go.
All right, Matt.
Yep, I got it.
All right, so let's hit OK. And now we're going to follow the prompts. So we're going to pick the pad polyline. So that was the line that we drew. And it wants us to now select a slope target surface. So that's our existing ground. I'll say open. And now the fill out slope area. So we're going outside and it wants to know when we're in fill, anywhere that we're going to be in fill, what kind of a slope do we want? And it's a ratio, like 3:1, 4:1, whatever it happens to be. So I'll set that to 3:1. And now if we're in cut, what is it going to be? Well, you could set that to be, let's say it's poor soil, and we'll set that one to 4:1. It could be the same. And then the next thing it says is going to ask us for a pad elevation. Now, notice above it, it says the range of existing elevations along that pad. So it looked all along this pad, and it says it goes from 1301.45 to 1314.61. And that means it read, if you look at that 1301, that's probably right down in here. So if we were designing this, say, to be a pond bottom, you might want to make sure that's at its lowest point, you know, anything like that. But I'm going to set this at the elevation I have in mind, about this mid-level 1310. So I'm going to just type in now 1310. Or let's set it at 1310.5, just so we're not on an exact contour interval. So that's sort of my finished floor elevation or my building pad elevation that I'm going to build a building on. And it generates all of this drawn information. The red lines, when I said color the sidelines, there's the reds are in cut and the blues are in fill. Okay, so, and this green outline would be as if I did a shrink wrap boundary on that. Okay, so everywhere it goes. Now notice, you know, I'm up in the air, my ground's falling away, so I have to go way out here before I hit the existing ground. Now, a couple of those things that we set round exterior corners, and that's what you see right here. If we didn't set that, it would go out here to a sharp corner and come back to a sharp corner. The side spacing every 10 feet, that's the difference along these lines every 10 feet. The corner delta angle of 10 degrees, that's the angle turn between each of these lines. So how often do you want those to show up? Okay, now, and you can see where our fill comes up here and it hits right on the edge and becomes cut. That's the line of zero cut and fill. And remember, we set this elevation at 1310.5, so it's halfway between 1310 and 1311. So that's what we expect to see there. Okay, so now following the prompts, do you want to adjust the parameters and redesign? So if you look at this and say, oh, I can't have that, I need to, you know, change that. You have the option to do it. At that point, we're going to say no for now. Just so we don't have to go back through and answer the questions, and we're done. It has created this pad. Now, at this point, because of what we did in the command, I'll show you that here on the dialog, design pad template. We did not say calculate earthwork volumes or calculate a pad surface. If we had checked those, it would take all that information and make a surface out of it, and it would calculate the difference between that surface and the existing ground and tell us how much is in fill, how much is in cut, and give us those earthwork numbers. Now, we can always do that after the fact with some of the other choices. But for now, all I wanted to do was to get that information generated. And these are three-dimensional lines. And I can see that by choosing my 3D viewer window under the view menu, 3D view, 3D viewer. And it wants me to select objects. I'm just going to do a crossing to get the things that I'm interested in seeing there. And there's some of those existing contours. And if I spin this thing around and look at it, I can see that in fact, it has created all the areas of fill that I need. Notice in here, I didn't need to fill it because it was already hitting the existing ground right here. Okay, so that would be what you would use to create that as a graded object. Now, all we've got at this point are just drawn 3D lines. But you know, we'll turn this into a surface in just a minute. But what we can do with this now, because we've done this as a design pad template, you can also edit that after the fact. So let's go to Edit Pad Template. It's on the Surface menu right below Design Pad Template. And when we choose that, it wants us to pick the pad polyline. So I'll go back and select that pad polyline again. And now you can see here I was in 3:1 fill, 4:1 cut. You can change those. You can change the elevation. So if I change that now to say 1309.5 and hit enter, it's going to change the parameters here. And so if I hit process, you're going to see it recreate itself. So it's now dropped down to, there's your zero line at 1309.5. And it's not quite as much filled down here, and it's a little bit more cut. You can move the pad itself. So you can just say, pick a starting point here, and let's just move it up to here. And then when I process, it's going to recreate that in that location. Okay. Now, you can rotate, you can change the vertex of those corners, you can change the existing ground, you know, the target surface. But notice this one is you can balance this. So let's say we tried that, we wanted to make sure, but we don't know how much cut and fill that we have. We could run a report and we can see right now that we've got, here's our top shrink and swell factors. Here's our volume. So I've got 753 yards of cut, but I've got 2,500 yards of fill. My balance import, that means I have to bring in 1,700 yards of import material to make that pad like it is. Okay. So if I want to balance that, I'll hit that balance, and I can give it, you know, whatever tolerance I want to. Let's say that the closest 10 cubic yards. And normally our balance, we want to set these to 0 so that our import matches our export. So when we dig out for our cut, we can just put that dirt down here. But let's suppose I were building this to be a borrow pit and I needed to carry out of there 10,000 yards of borrowed material. So that's what I want to use as my export. So you can set those up to be different values, whatever they mean. Balancing doesn't necessarily mean one equals the other, but they typically do. So, you know, or if you need to put this as a spoil area and you need to get rid of a certain amount of grading from somewhere else, you can put those numbers here in the import. So we'll leave them set to 0 and we'll say, okay. And you'll see it recreates it again and sets it at the elevation right here that would make that equal cut and equal fill. Again, looking at my report, there is my cut, there is my fill. They are exactly equal. Okay. So a lot of different things that you can do with these graded areas, and we just use a simple case of a rectangle. It doesn't have to be that. It can be any shape that it needs to be, and that's a particular pad. We can then write the 10 and it would create a surface from the stuff automatically for us. We would give it a name and that would be a separate surface. All right, but here's another thing that you can do once you have those things drawn the way you like them. I'm gonna go ahead and choose exit, and through editing that, I now have this 3D geometry set the way I want it. And I can, see if I select that line, that polyline, there's that elevation, 1308 is a 2D polyline. So if I offset that, let's just do a standard offset, plain old standard CAD offset. I'm going to come 10 feet. And which side do I want to go? I'm going to click on this side. So now I've set this line also at 1308.28, 10 feet in. And I can repeat that process, design pad template. And this time I'm going to go to the inside and I'm going to go to a particular elevation, not to a surface. Now, I'm going to put that elevation down at say 1,300 feet. So I'm going to be 8 feet deep on this inside. So I now have, I'm going to target this elevation. There's a couple things I need to be careful of here. If I say erase previous pad entities, it's going to erase these that I did out here earlier. So I don't want to do that. I'm going to say uncheck that option. And I'll keep it on the same layer. And I'm going to say OK. Pick the pad polyline. Here's now my new pad polyline. And I'm just going to go 3 to 1s. And I'm going to also go 3 to 1 if I'm in cut. And my target elevation is going to be 1,300. Now I'm going to be in fill the entire time from here down to there is going to be a fill slope down to that bottom. And I'll say, no, I don't want to adjust those parameters. I'm going to very quickly just do a crossing right to left selection and view it in 3D just to take a look at it to see what I've made. I've built a pond, I've got a berm, and I've cut it into the ground out here for the outside edges, and I've come down on the inside like such. Okay, so there it is. Now, what do I want to do with all of this mess that I've created is I'm going to turn that into a surface by itself. And the easiest way to do this, because I put those all on the same layers, I'm going to isolate that layer. So I'm going to go to View, Isolate Layers, and I'm just going to pick any one of those drawn objects. And there it is. And again, to make sure nothing else is there, you can select it, go to the 3D viewer, drawing viewer, there it is, and you can see the geometry that has been created. Now, we haven't made a surface yet. We make a surface the way we've always made a surface. We'll go to Surface, Triangulate and Contour, and where it says Write the triangulation file, I'm going to select, and I'm going to call this my pond. And I want to use the inclusion, exclusion areas. I want to check that on because this has already been created for me, this outside boundary. And if I wanted to take the bottom out of it, I could make that an exclusion, but I won't. I'll let it do the bottom. And this time I'm going to go to the Contour tab, and I will say Draw the Contours. And I'll put these on these particular layers, whatever layer names that is. And if you check this box, I want to draw the index contours also. You can put those on a separate layer. You set your interval. 1s and 5s, so it matches the existing ground. I'm not going to do any contour smoothing here, excuse me, because you know, this is a nice, sharply defined, graded area, so I don't want to sort of smooth out those contours. I want to see them exactly like they are. And I'll say, okay, well, so let's go to the labels tab also, and we will label the contours. And this time I'm going to say, label only the index contours. I'm going to uncheck that. I'm going to label all of them. I'll align the text with the contours, put the label where it is at that elevation, your size, all of that, how many decimals to put on those. If you're using like half-foot intervals, you might want to set that to a 1 decimal place. But here's another trick I'm going to do right over here is just hide the drawing under the labels. And that's going to make it look like when it draws the contours that it broke the contour line to put the text in, but it's just using a wipeout. If you say break the contour at the label, it will physically break it and cut out the contour itself. But that's, once you do that, it's committed. And I'll show you what I mean by that in just a second. So I'm going to hide the drawing under the labels. Now, how often do I want to label these? You can either go, you know, 1 per contour, 2 per contour. You can go like every, if you do a distance interval, you can tell it, you know, every 500 feet, whatever it happens to be. But I'm going to say label it by interval. I'm going to say 1 per contour, and I'm going to say okay. I'm going to follow my prompts. Select entities, but read the line above it. So select the inclusion. I'll select that outside boundary. Select any exclusions. There are none. And now select the things I want to contour. Well, this is just 3D drawn geometry. And it's going to go to every point that it finds along all of these things and start to create triangles. And I'll say enter to finish. Up it comes, and there are the contour labels. And you can see every contour is labeled. They're all drawn in here together as one. And here's what you can do. See how it looks like it broke that contour? But once that's drawn and done, because we use that little trick to hide, let's go to the surface menu, and we're going to go to the contour labels, pull right. And we're going to move the label along the contour. Let's click one of those labels, and let's say move it up to here. And let's say this one will move down to here. So you see, it looks like it breaks it wherever it happens to be. So, you know, you can, whoops, I guess I snapped to the endpoint. I'll just put that, say, right in there. And that one, put right in there. So you get the idea. You can, you know, fix these things as they go around. Down here, these 2 labels, because this contour is pretty short, it just drew them down there where they happen to be. All right. So that now has created not only a surface, but it has drawn contour lines for us. And again, they're just polylines. There's nothing special about them. They're on those layers. And I have a surface that I can see if I view that 3D viewer and I choose my pond. Well, there it is. Now, notice there's a couple of sort of weird little spots over here. If I look at the triangle edges, you can see that there's a point there that probably needs to be adjusted a little bit better. And you can do that, and you see what it does to the contours because that point's a little bit high. So what you would probably do is to set that elevation, which is at 1300. That elevation is at 1300, but then these elevations that are along this line, you see it goes from here down. And so that's those 2 corners that it built you know, from this corner down to here and went from this corner down to here. So you could modify, say, this bottom shape. If I got rid of the contours, let's say, so I'm going to erase by layers, and I'll clear that, and I'm going to select from the screen. I'll select the label, one of the red contours and one of the white contours. So minor, major, and label. Say, okay, so now, so what I would probably do in that case is I would take this segment out of that and have it meet down into the corner. Okay, and I might do the same thing over in these places, but they didn't seem to give me much of a piece of, you know, not much trouble over there. So if I were to do that, I can, you know, break that and take that out and stitch it back together, or I could just simply go to my polyline utilities. It is a remove polyline function, and it is a remove polyline segment. I'll click that and get rid of it. And because these are 2D polylines and they are at the same elevation, I can simply have those meet in the middle and join those together. I can do that with a CAD tool called Fillet, which puts in an arc around that corner normally, or if I have an arc of 0 radius, it will meet in the middle at a sharp point. There's a CARLSON command similar to that called join nearest. And if I do that, it's on my edit menu, also on the polyline toolbar. I add some additional controls here over that process. I'm going to say my maximum separation to join. Right now it's set to 500ths, but if I pick, I want to make sure that I have something bigger than that gap. So that needs to be 10.5 feet based on what I picked. And how do I want to connect them? Well, if I average the endpoints, it's going to go to that midpoint there and pull that whole line over to that midpoint. Same thing with this one. If I directly connect, it's just going to draw that segment back that I just erased. So I want to fill it with a radius of 0 so that they meet in the corner and keep at that same elevation. Some other options to filter your selections. I'll say, okay, I'll select this one on the bottom of the file, and then this one on the edge. And I'll say, okay, and now they've gone together and they've created a new shape to that bottom. Now, what I might also want to do is to draw an additional line up here to this corner to give it the proper crease down into that instead of out to those two corners there that we had before. And all I need to do with that is to draw a 3D polyline. I'll just take these, I'm going to uncheck the prompting for elevation. I'm going to let it read because I'm going to snap to those endpoints. And I'm going to say, okay. And it wants to know, you know, start a point, pick a point, and then go to another point. Well, I have my snaps on Kaylee. What these are is my object snaps in CAD, if you're not real familiar with those. And they're down here where I've got this entity snap settings. And right now it's going to always, if I get close to an endpoint, it's going to snap to that endpoint. That's what I want. So I have those on. You can double click those on and off. So I'm going to have it on. I'll hover near that and I see that little endpoint marker. So it's going to jump to that. Notice it read that elevation, 1308.28 right here. And then I'm going to go down to this point and it should read that as 1300, which it did, you see right here. And I'm going to hit enter to conclude that. Now I've got a new line, just like these blues. And if you're wanting to match those so that they stay the same color and such, you have a modify command that says match properties. And it is right here on this toolbar. Looks like a little whisk broom, or you can be on the edit menu, match properties. You select the one that you want to use as the source, and then here's the destination. So if I choose that, now it's all on the same layer, same color, everything. Now, because I've added and modified that set of triangles, I would simply reconstruct that surface with a triangulating contour. And this time I'm going to go to my labels tab, and I am going to come down here in the bottom and say, label those index contours only. I don't need to see all of them necessarily. Excuse me. And I'll keep this triangulate tab. I'll keep the file name the same. So when I say OK, it's going to prompt me, is it OK to overwrite? I'll say yes. I'll follow my prompts again, selecting my inclusion. No more inclusions, I hit enter. There are no exclusions, I hit enter. Select the things I want to use. I'll just type all, hit enter to conclude. There now it's the surface that it generates, and you see the contours now in this corner are nice and smoothed out. So you might want to do that for each of those corners. But if you look at this surface, you can see that the corners are good down to that last little segment there. So that's, you know, it's sort of honored that. You can see a little bit of it here in this corner as well. So it kept this part pretty consistent, unlike before when we had it over here in this corner. You know, it had some discontinuities in there that were pretty evident. Now you can see how nice and crisp and sharp it is. Okay, so there now is that surface, and we can also, while we're here, add to it. I go to the model tab, I went to this add surface icon button, and I'm going to put the existing ground in there. And now you can see, well, there's the areas that are in fill. If I look up underneath it, I can see where it's cut. Now notice it's not colored here, but it is here. That's a setting. And it says, let's see where they've moved this. Shading mode down here at the bottom, it says shade the front. Well, that's my front of my surface. But if I say shade both, now when I look up underneath it, I can see, you know, where that pokes through the bottom. Okay. Now, I have two surfaces. I can also do something like this. I'll select my existing ground. I'm on the model tab. I opened up the surfaces. I selected that existing ground. I'm going to right click it and choose edit surface properties. And I'm going to step down this opacity to be somewhat clear. I can see through it. And I'll say, okay. So when I do that, now you can see my existing ground is sort of see-through, and my proposed ground is solid colored out here, but you know, where I'm looking through it, I'm seeing that slightly different color. Okay, so that shows you how you can compare these things and look at them. And here's another good example. You see this line that is formed right along here. Okay, and the same thing, you can see it even more drastically as if I set that opacity of the existing ground back up to fully opaque. So this line right around here that you see, that is the boundary between those two surfaces. That is the line of zero cut and fill. Okay, so if I were to, you know, need to draw that line for whatever reason, or to stake it out in the field, I can generate that line. In fact, that's on our surface menu, draw surface, and you can draw surface intersection. And I'll just make it as a 2D polyline. And we'll choose the existing ground and the pond. And there is that same traced line, okay, as that one, as well as that outside white one that's on that layer called intersect. I'll now clear that line out of my drawing stuff. So now, what can we do with this stuff at this point? Let's go back to our view menu and let's restore our layers. Remember, we isolated, so I'm going to restore everything back to where it was before. I still see my drawn 3D edges and I see my contours, but I want to take those 3D edges and freeze them so we don't see them anymore. I'm going to choose this from my layers toolbar. It's also on the view menu. Freeze layer by pick, and I'm just going to pick one of those blue lines. And so now they're off, and this is your grading plan. You see how these contours meet where they're supposed to intersect. Like this contour here is the 1311 contour. I see that elevation here, and I see this contour line on my future ground is also at 1311. Okay, so that is your final grading plan, if you will, and you can put some spot elevations. You can move these labels around various places as you need. But there it is. Now you've got two surfaces, existing and pond. We have drawn the contours of the one. You could also, if you wanted to create a final surface, let's go back to our layer control on the view menu or the layer toolbar. And let's turn pad back on for just a moment. You see it's frozen over here. I'm going to click that to thaw it. It's now back on, and I'm going to copy this boundary to a separate layer because I still want to freeze off those pad lines, but I want to keep that boundary for a particular purpose here. And there's two ways to do that. I can either go to the edit menu and I can copy to layer. I can pick that polyline and put it on a separate layer. Or, and this is probably the easiest way because I know I want that outside boundary, I'm going to go back to my freeze layer, turn that back off, but I want that line. Now you could isolate that and draw a shrink wrap, but that line already exists as the surface layer. So I go to my surface menu, go down to the bottom section, and I'm going to draw the surface boundary. And I'm going to put this on a layer that's different from pad. In this case, C topo boundary, 2D polyline, that's all I really need. I'll say okay, I'll choose that surface pond, and now it's drawn along with my contours. And if I select that, that's the line that I want to use. Now, what I want to do here is just a cosmetic thing. Let's see, what is that? That's also part of that surface boundary. I don't need that particular line in there. I'm going to select that. If you see that one also drawn, I'm just going to select that and delete it. So that was 13, 10, 13, 9. That's 1308. 1309. Let me see. If I undo that, or I'm going to go to edit, erase, and choose oops, which will bring back what I last erased. I select, yeah, that's it, elevation 0. So that really probably should have, see, is that one at 1308? That's at 1308. That's at 1309. I don't see the 08 in there. It's probably intended to be underneath that line. But in any case, I'm just illustrate what this tool is going to do for us. So I now have this drawn boundary, and I have two sets of contours. I've got my final contours superimposed over my existing contours, and that would make my grading plan. If I wanted to show the overall finished contours, I can do that in this fashion. I'm going to isolate some layers again, go back to view, isolate layers, and I'm going to pick that outside boundary, and I'm going to pick one of the intermediate contours, one of the existing contours, and also over here, do I need, I think I'm in good shape with those. I don't need, these are on a separate layer because they're obscured, but I will only have those shown. Now, what I would normally do in a finished ground contour, which would include this stuff out here as well as our inside contours, is I want to erase everything that's inside of this closed polyline. Okay. So I'm going to go to edit, erase by closed polyline. I will select that boundary. And now it says, what entities do you want to clip to that boundary? Well, you can leave them all on or just select polylines, whatever you might want to filter. And I'm going to erase on the inside, and I'll say, okay. And now it just cleared them out and they're gone from my drawing. Okay, they've been trimmed off to that edge. I can now also select this and just delete it. So now I have this hole. And if I go back to restore layers, you can see existing contour comes up, joins the proposed contour, walks its way around the corner out here. Now my mouse is lagging, comes back out and rejoins the existing ground. So that's a way to sort of generate those contours a little bit artificially, okay? But that works the drawing, okay? You know, it creates the drawing part for you. The other way to do it, and what I normally do in situations like this, is I'm going to build a surface, another surface that contains the outside surface, the existing ground, and I'm going to put this pond surface into it, and I'm going to merge those two together with a tool that cuts out that hole from the actual surface file, sticks this surface file in it, and stitches them together and creates a third surface that is everything combined. Okay. So let's do that part. We'll go back to the surface menu, and these are called triangulation file utilities. This is how you merge different surfaces. And a way to think about using this tool is that when you design things like this pond that we just designed, or we have a parking lot, and we know that we're going to have some landscape islands in the parking lot. Well, we would design the parking lot usually just edge to edge as a continuous surface. Then I would go in and draw the parking islands just in 2D. And then I would go to my 2D to 3D command and drape them on that surface and create the line work and go back and make that a separate surface, add it to that parking lot, and then take that parking lot and add it to the existing ground that we've tied in together. Okay, so we're going to use this triangulation file utilities pretty heavily when we start to stitch our component pieces together. We're going to design in little pieces and we start combining them together. So I'm going to load my tin file, and that is, you're going to load that outside existing ground as our base. So we'll open that and you'll see it here, and it's got some of the similar controls. If I color it in, there you can see it, and I can zoom it around, okay? And now that I have that loaded as my base, I'm going to hit the next button, and I've got some controls now where I can, add values to it or subtract values to it, so I can raise it up and down, multiply, divide, but I want to merge that tin. That's the pond that I want to merge into this file. So I'm going to merge the tin, and I have some different types here. I'm going to say my second tin is going to be inside the current tin, the outside boundary of transition. That should be fine. And there's all kinds of little adjustments you can do on the edges, but we know the edges match exactly, so we'll just take that as an option. You can set the color. I'm going to uncheck that set color just so you can see it as a continuous whole. But it would color in the triangles that it got rid of and the triangles that it added. We can see them in separate colors when we do our surface views, but we'll leave the color part alone. I'll say, okay, and now it asks what file do I want to merge. I'll select my pond. I'll choose open. And now, as you zoom that around, you're going to see it. And had I said color, you would have seen those colors show up. Now, right in there is probably a couple of little adjustments you might want to make on that berm. And we probably could have done that with one of those merge options. But since that's a very simple edit, I'll show you how we're going to fix that with the other surface editing tools. But there it is, a combined surface. Now, down below here, we have the output. What do we want to output? The insides, that's the part that was the pond, the border itself, and then the outsides, which are these parts out here. So we'll have all those on here, and we'll click the Save As button. And we're going to call this one, let's just call it merged, e.g. pond. And we'll save. It tells you that it saved it. You say okay, and it will go through this little exit door at the bottom or close the window at the top, either way. We now have that surface. I look at my surface viewer, and there it is in all its glory. And down there you see, let's see if I can get some different shading here to make that show up a little better. There you can see that little bit of discontinuity that we need to repair. Okay, now we could also use these techniques to fix those triangles down here in the bottom. We could add a point in the corner and take care of those little tweaks like that. So let's see what we've got. If I go to my settings tab now, and you could draw the contours if you like. That's not going to be much of a help. I'll turn them back off. If I display my triangle edges, I can see them there. I know that I've got some triangles here that I might want to use to smooth out those little humps. And here's, if I turn that on and off, here's sort of a way to look at that. Now, remember how we took care of some of these things. You see this triangle that forms right here from this point up to this point. Now, why did that form? Well, it was part of the merge process, but if we had done this as part of a triangulation, the only way that triangle could have formed is if there were not a break line from this point over to this point. If there was, these triangles can't form across that break line. So what I want to do is to add a break line from this point right up here down to this point over here, and that should heal that little process there for us. Okay, same thing down here. You see that little flattened triangle there. If I get rid of, or let's say if I put a break line from this point down to this point, then this triangle edge here can't form. So there's all, you know, all kinds of little tweaking that we can do here. Now, how we do that is on our View Control tab. And you have to have come into this with the View 3D Viewer Surface File Viewer. So it's working on a surface file. We can't do it from the other one where we select objects and then add a surface. It has to be where we've loaded the surface file. And we're going to choose this arrow icon. It says switch to 10 edit mode. And down here at the bottom are different things we can do. We can swap 10 edges, which has an effect on the way the contours form. We can change a point elevation. We can take points out of it, and we can add break lines. So I'm going to add a break line. And I want to go from this. See, this is my intended break line, and it should go all the way across to here. So I want to go from this point. So I'm going to position near that point and double click the mouse so it finds that point. And I'm going to go over to this point and double click the mouse so it finds that point, and it tells me it's unable to add it. And there's possibly because it's going across some geometry right in here. So if I clean that out here first, let's say I'm going to remove this point right here. Whoop, that got rid of the actual triangle. Let me see if this is going to work for me. Get rid of that point as well. Let me undo that one. I think that's a little, oops. Let me undo, let me get rid of that point and then get rid of that point. Okay, now let's get rid of that point. And if I get rid of that point, now we may be able to add this break line. Go from there to there, there. So you see what it did? If I turn these edges off, you should be able to see that now. I'll go back to View Control, get my control. And so now I've modified that little discontinuity in there. You could do the same type of thing to fix pieces in here, if you will, and getting to know, you know, how you do these things. Again, I'm going to go back to settings.
Hey, Ken.
Yes.
Sorry, I have a meeting in like 2 minutes. Is it okay if we break?
Oh, goodness. I'm so sorry. It was, yeah, lunchtime. I am so sorry. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to exit that and save my changes to my surface. There it is. And off we go. I am so sorry. I'm glad you said that. I was just tooling away.
No,
So
you're fine.
it
I was happy
being,
to learn.
yeah. All right. So it being lunchtime at 12:10, let's, we'll start back at say 1:10. That'll give you your full hour, and we'll pick back up and hit some road design, some pad design, some more grading tools, and wrap up our day from there. Okay.
Thank you.
Save your file if you want. We probably won't do much with this afterwards, but you might want to revisit it later at night when you go back over these things. So from there, I will stop our share. I will start it. And oh, let me see. I think I want to get my audio set back up here. Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so there we're good. I will now go back to share the screen. And it should be at this point. Now, What we'll do next is, you've seen how we've done a couple of graded areas with the pad and then the pond out from it. And we're going to sort of keep that in mind as what we try to do when we create our proposed designs with grading, is that we are going to design edges of things, whether that's the back of a curb or, the gutter line, or the edge of a roadway or something like that, that we are grading, and we set that at a particular elevation. And then we most often need to tie that into a surface, as a target. So we're going to look at some tools that are going to help us do that with some 3D edits and some do a 3D offset command that's going to help us build structures and that sort of thing. But first, let's take a look at the roadway design. You've seen a couple of things so far. You've seen some alignments. You have seen how we did cross sections through a surface, and we've got sort of a feel for how we work with this 3D data. So we're going to talk about this simple roadway design and what we really need. And this is in your manuals on page 59, it starts. And so what this discussion talks about here is that we need a center line or a horizontal alignment, where it follows along the ground, looking down on it in plan view, a profile or how it changes up and down, and then what the cross-sectional shape of that is going to be. Okay, and it can be not just only the shape of, if you look here at this diagram, not just the top edges, but we can also define the layers of like asphalt and binder course, subgrade aggregates, and then the prepared subgrade underneath. So that's what we're going to use to build our roads. And this goes on to further say that it may change shape at particular locations, such as intersections of other streets and all that. So we're going to be defining some standard shapes and push that down the alignment, and then see how we can make those change at certain areas. Okay. And that talks about how CARLSON does this design. Now, what we did earlier with the pad and the pond is we did sort of a vertical approach to that design. We created a surface, compared it to another surface, and looked at the differences in between those elements, and that gave us our cut and fill materials. Now, in roadway design, where it does also accumulate those materials, but it tends to push the design horizontally or along a linear pathway across, over and above and underneath and through surfaces. So we need a couple of things. And down here in this, on page 60, the stepwise approach is we're going to define a center line. We'll define a profile. We'll create a template. And then we can process that to generate our geometry. And if we have a surface as a target, we can tie the edges of that roadway either down or up into that existing ground. So we'll see how all that stuff plays together. So we're going to open up a file called roadway design base, and we'll set a new coordinate file to roadway 01, and we'll take that from there. So let's look at that process. So we're going to open, go back to CARLSON and open my file. And I'll look in my data sets, and I'm going to look for this roadway design base. We'll open that. And this is going to be what we use to start our roadway design with. And we're going to also set, So switch to ribbon. Switch to menu bar. There we go. All right. So now we have our file open, and
Mine seems to
going,
not have the contours in it. Let me see something.
okay.
Because I'm getting it was not made in an Autodesk one. So let me see if that's.
Do you have Civil 3D? Are you running on top of Civil 3D?
I'm not. I'm running on
Okay.
AutoCAD.
Okay. Do you have the outline of it shown?
On roadway design base, I just have an alignment line in there.
And you don't have the outline or the others, right?
Nope.
Mine shows up.
Yeah. Well, yours will, Kaylee, because of being in IntelliCAD. This is, let me see how to get that resolved. What's going on is that this file is a file that was actually made in Civil 3D. If I select that border that you're looking at, it shows me it's an AECC DB surface 10, and we'll get back to that. What I'd like to do now, though, Matt, is let me take a look at your screen for a second. So I'm going to stop sharing. And if you go to your controls and say share screen and share your screen. If you choose that, then choose the screen. There we go. Now I can see it. Now I'm going to request remote control here. You'll have to grant me permission. Okay, so now let me see here. Okay, so now I've got control. So, all right, if I look at that and let's see, do you have your layers?
You want me to pull it onto your screen? I have it pulled onto another monitor.
Oh, that's all right. You can just leave it there. I'm just going to do this, thaw and turn on all layers. They are on. Right, nothing there. All right, I'm going to, let me close. Let's see, this one over here on Design Base 01. Yes, you still don't have that background. Let me close this for a second and not save it. And now let me see what happens with that. If I choose that, it could be that you don't have the object enablers in here. So let's see here. That, yeah, let me, yeah, let's see. We'll go up here to wherever that is. Point me to where
right
you're
there, that top one.
Okay. All right. And then that's going to be this roadway design base. It should look like that. That's the saved preview. If I say open, all right, this is save up. Which one to do? Well, we'll continue opening, of course. And you're using project. Did you set up a project for this?
I mean, I just drop it in that civil design one and it assigns it, but not for this, no.
Okay, so
I just have on the other one, I just did the other folder.
Okay, so
I mean, I'm fine just watching it if need be.
Okay, well, so where that comes from is under settings, CARLSON configure that business of the project, or not general, but the project data folders. That's using this project folder. So if that's, make sure you intend that to be that way for your work. I'll leave it set to that. Okay, so that's good. Now, all right, so this obviously didn't bring this in. Let me take a look at what got reported back here. Let's see. If I press F2, will that? bring that, there it is. All right. Not on a desk, save us, okay, that's fine. And then it just went through a bunch of system variable changes. And it didn't say a thing about getting that. Okay. That's very strange indeed. If I list, found 6 objects, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's all there is. Let's see what we have. We have a polyline. We have a leader. And text. And then we have text and text. And then another leader and text. There it is, that ACAD proxy entity on layer C-topo. See this right here? That is the surface that is that you're not seeing. So what I'm going to do is, let's go ahead and I'm going to close this file, and I'll say no. So what's causing that is that you don't have that object enabler installed from Civil 3D. Well, to keep from having to go through all that stuff, but take note that you'll want to look for that. Have your CAD administrator or whatever get for you the Civil 3D object enablers, and it will be available on Autodesk's website. So you will be able to bring in Civil 3D objects and see them. Otherwise, it's just going to ignore them, which it did. So what I'll do here is I'm going to, I'll stop remote control, and I will stop your screen sharing, and I'll go back to sharing my screen. And so what I'm going to do with this now is I'm going to take this file and make one for you to use. So I'm going to do a save as, and I'm just going to call this one Matt Roadway Design Base. And then I'm going to send you that here in just a second. So, but to get to that, I'm going to select this and explode it. And so now I still have, it's a block, and I will explode that as well. And you now have this drawing that we're going to be able to use. So I will save that. I'm going to close that. I'll send it to you in just a second, and I'm going to open ours back up and get the surface file out of it, and I'll send you that as well, and then we'll pick up from there. So I'm going to open back this roadway design base. If I can get my mouse to cooperate. All right, so what this is, and once you get your object enablers installed, Matt, you will be able to do this with files that you receive from other people that might be a Civil 3D file where there's a surface object already installed. So if I look at this, and what I might typically expect this to be would be a series of polylines. If I select it though, I see over here that it is an AECC DB surface 10. It's an object from that Civil 3D file, and it is a surface object in the last view that it was saved as. Okay. In fact, if I spin this up, you can see I've also got, different behaviors. Notice it changed the way it was being shown to me because, and if I put that back to say realistic, or even let's go to shades of gray. I don't want to see the didn't really want to see the triangle edges, but I guess it's going to show it to me anyway. I'll just put this back to the wireframe. So because I went to this rotated view, that object has controls on it in Civil 3D. If you remember from that, if you do an object viewer, the way you're looking at it in plan view will be different than if you look at it in that rotated view. Okay, that's it reacting to the Civil 3D behavior of that object. So, so what we're going to do with this is we're going to use this to extract the surface that is contained within that file without having to build the surface with triangulating contour, which we could do, but we don't want to draw in a bunch of break lines and stuff. We're going to just take that surface. And now, so what happens, and Kaylee, if you'll notice this when you, if you ever get something like this and you go to select that to see what it is, and it comes up with that type of object in the properties, you can do one of two things. You can, if you explode this once, it becomes a block, which is, again, just a block with the drawings. If you explode it again, it becomes all those polylines and things from which you could build that surface. But because Carlson has the tools to extract that from the file, let's look at the file menu, and we're going to import Civil 3D, and we'll get that Civil 3D surface. We'll select that. It reads the drawing and says, okay, I found a surface called Phase 6 Original Ground. Do you want to create a Carlson 10 surface? We'll say yes. And we'll just keep that same name. We'll put it back in our working folder, and we'll say save. And okay, it says it's already there. Do I want to replace it? Okay, so Matt, I'm not going to need to send you the surface file. You actually already have it. So what I need to do next is to send you this file. So I'm going to, or send you the file that I made for you after exploding those objects. So bear with me a quick second here. I want to I should be able to do it from this user control. I don't see. Then enough. Perhaps I have to stop my share first. So I'm going to stop the share and restart the recording, restart the share. Okay, so now go ahead and open that file. It's already exploded. We also have we have extracted, Kaylee, if you followed that file import business, we've got this Phase 6 Original Ground. And even if you did not, that file is out there in your folder. So if we go to our 3D viewer and look at the file, there it is, that pulled out of that Civil 3D file. Now you can see it's got places like, you know, these hilltops are flattened off because that file was just created from those contour lines. It really wasn't very correctly modeled, but that's how that file came to us, and we're going to use that to work with as our base. We'll assume we've cleaned up all the crap that we need to. Now, Kaylee, on your end, so that we can work with these contours just as polylines, we need to explode this object. Yours has already been done, Matt. So I'm going to go to the edit menu, Kaylee, for you as well. And we're going to explode and use a standard explode. And we'll pick one of those. Oops, let me see here. Okay, so oh, you know what? We did not need to do that. Let's go edit, undo. A couple of times do we undo the explode. Apparently when we did the import Civil 3D surface, it took care of exploding that for us. So that's already done. Now, what I also want to get rid of is when I drew that object, let's see if it left those behind. It did. You see all of these drawn lines? Those are just, well, they're 3D faces. And they're drawn just to give some 3D perspective to this. I don't really need them. So they are on this layer called C Topo BNDY. Okay, so I'm going to isolate that layer. So I'm going to say view. That's it. Then we put this back into plan view so it matches your screen. All right, so I'll say view, isolate layers, and I'm going to select that boundary. So now I've got that, but that also, you see, has all of these things as well. All right, Matt, I'm not sure if yours are those things or just, I think yours might be as well. Let me open that file too. If I open, oops, folder, Matt Roadway. Let's see what this is. Yes, you have those as well. So back to plan view. At this point, we can all do the same thing. So I'm going to, in plan view, I'm going to isolate the layer. And I'm going to select that outside boundary because I don't need all of those 3D faces, and that might come into play later on if I start to use some 3D geometry. I want to get rid of those. But I don't have a boundary around this. If I select this, you see, whatever I pick are just those individual 3D faces. If you see, you know, when I roll that up, you see what it did. There's a 3D face and there's a 3D face. So I want a boundary that includes everything around there. And remember how we did the boundary around all of our drawn break lines or contour lines? We did a shrink wrap boundary. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to draw shrink wrap entities. And this time we're going to choose bounded line work only. And we'll give it a different layer name than whatever that one is. I'm just going to call this one surface boundary, surface BDY. And I'll say, okay. And then I'm going to select by drawing a window. I'll click and draw a window around everything there and hit enter. And there now is the resulting polyline that goes around those entities. But I still have all of these yellow things as well. Okay, so I want to next be able to erase all of those items. So we're going to do that edit, erase by layer. And you can either pick it from the screen if you can make sure you get one of the yellow ones, or let's select layers by name and let's find C Topo boundary, which was that one. And say okay, and then say okay. And all of those should go away. And if you're rotated, just type the word plan and hit enter twice, and it will set you back in plan view. Now I have here a polyline at 0 elevation. It's just a boundary, but you notice there's all kinds of these little vertices that I don't really need. I really only need that point and that point. Okay, so I've got way too many vertices that makes it unnecessarily complex. So I'm going to fix that with this command under the edit menu, some polyline utilities, and I'm going to reduce polyline vertices. And you see down below on the status line, it tells you that that removes extra vertices and contours. I don't know why it says contours. It just takes them out of polylines. So if I select that command, it's going to then ask me a cutoff value. So I say if it's within 1/10 of a foot of being on that same straight line, that's my cutoff. And now select the polylines to reduce. I'll select that polyline. I would enter, you notice it got rid of 833. And if I select that now, you see I've got only the points where the line actually changes. And here you see it changes a couple of little turns in there, and that's fine there, but we've greatly simplified that stuff. So now I've gotten rid of those. I've got my boundary. I can even go to define that layer that I created that was called surf. I'm going to come up here to my little filter window and just start typing surf. There it is. I have surf with an asterisk, so anything there, I'll make it red so we can see it. And I'll set my line weight up so you can see it as well. No need to do that. It's just something that you can do. If you don't see the line weight show up, click down here in your tools at the bottom, double click that line weight icon, and that shows you the actual line weight. Now, remember, we're isolated to those layers. So let's go back to view and restore layers. And now we have just a bunch of polylines, well, in this case, lines. There's a polyline, there's a polyline. Some of those are individual lines. Looks like these are left as polys and these are left exploded individually. All right, so if we wanted to, we could stitch all those things together. Here's a good spot to introduce this particular tool. Is if those are on a separate layer, there's one where it is on a layer called C Topo Minor. This one's on a layer called C Topo Major. So let's go back and isolate that layer. So we will isolate and we'll pick one of these index contours. It's slightly darker brown and hit enter. So now there those are, and they're individual pieces, some of them like that. So what I want to do is to stitch all those things together using the join nearest command. And you can either do that manually with this up here, join nearest, or, and this is what's often done, let's say you get a contour file from somebody and it's all broken up into their little itty bitty pieces. Then, well, there's a case where that was. Not, there's one with these little segmented pieces, okay? So we want to stitch all those things together. Now, we can do that with, on the file menu, drawing cleanup, and it has a whole bunch of commands within it that are going to tell us, give us some choices of what we want to do. So I'm going to first hit the clear button, and I'm going to come down here and say, join line work with same endpoints. So that will do that. I'll say, go ahead and choose OK. And it joined up 552, and then it turned these layers back on. And there's a case where these contours are sort of weirdly drawn, you know, where these gaps are. You'll see, and that's a result of whoever did this surface file over as a Civil 3D file. Like normally you wouldn't have that as a contour. These would be closed and joined up with those. So I'm gonna put that business back just so it's there. And we, you know, see some of the tools that you can use to clean some stuff up. All right, so let's go back to view and restore our layers. We now have the beginnings of our road. We have an alignment that we're going to be using. And we're going to start our alignment here, and we're going to have it end down here. I'm going to turn that line weight off just to clear up the text a little bit. Okay, so to create this alignment, the first step that we'll need in the road is we can go to the center line. That's what it is, center line alignment, and we can either design it, we go straight to an editor, but since we have it drawn already, we can choose polyline to centerline file. Now, when we do this, we're going to give this a name, and let's call this we could call it Main Street, but let's, instead of using those, I think those are there that are already created. Let's just call this one Road -1. Okay, so now it tells you that the polyline should have been drawn in the direction of increasing stations. And then it prompts you to select the polyline that represents the center line. So I'll select this. And I know I'm starting up here and I'm going to this direction. So when I pick that, it shows me the direction of the polyline. And if it is pointing in the other direction, you would choose from the options on the command line R to reverse it. Okay, but we're going to leave it like that. And we're going to leave the beginning station as 0 + 0, 0. You could give it a starting different set of numbers, excuse me, if you wanted to. So we'll just hit enter for that. And it created the alignment, showed you some of the results with line intersections, and then press enter to continue. So now I have a center line that was made from this drawn polyline. Now, obviously, if you're building a road around here, you don't want to have to drive up to this, stop, put the brakes on, turn slightly right, you know, with these sharp curves. So we want to put some curves in there. And there's several ways you can do that. Again, remember, this is just a polyline. Look over here in my properties, and I see that it is a polyline, but that's what we made that alignment from. Also remember, in settings, when I set my configure up under general settings, I had linking turned on for link line work with center line. So that's going to let me either put filleted curves in here and work on the drawn polyline and it will update the center line, or I can actually go straight into the center line editor and add the curves in there using the editor. So we can do that. We can go to the centerline menu and choose centerline editor, in which case it will prompt us to pick the file, or since it's linked as a shortcut, let's just double click it. And that should bring the editor up. And you can see the different things you've got. As I select each one of these, they highlight. You can zoom in and out and pan this with the mouse controls and the wheel. You can also change the coordinate values, either typing in different numbers, same thing with the station values, or you can choose pick and pick a different location for those starts, okay? And so you could hold the other PI points when you change the starting point. So if I change that point to down over here, if that's on, these will stay in place. But if I change the starting point and this is not checked and move it over to here, this whole thing will go with it just in parallel to the way it is now. Okay, so Those are some of the different things you can do. Now, as you're on each one of those segments, if you double click them or hit the edit button below, you can change some things about that. You can give it an ending point. It already has a starting point, again, picking, or you can give a point number or pick from the list of point numbers if you are using point numbers, typing coordinates, specify links, etc., and set whether it is tangential to the previous element in case that were a curve or something. All right, so we're going to cancel that, but just show you some of the controls you have. Now these buttons down below here as well. What we're going to do is we're going to fit a curve. And so the way you fit a curve is that you go to the segment that leads into a curve, and then you choose this fit curve command. So I click that button, and it's going to bring up a curve for me. And if I check up here at the box, I want to fit curve for all of the PIs. It would fit one here and one here as well. I'll not check that. I'm just going to do this one. And any of these values that you know, you may type in. You may also fill them in. Here's your station value. So you can edit all this stuff pretty freely. But notice down below, you also have a horizontal speed tables button. And what this does is allow you to choose from various available tables. Right now, you've got the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, or AASHTO, 4%, 6%, 8%, 10, and 12% maximum super elevation rates that you want to use on this particular road design as a particular guidance. And then you would set the design speed. And over here, it shows you the minimum radius, or radii, plural, for that 4% maximum super elevation rate. So at 35 miles per hour, the minimum radius I can get with these amounts of super elevation, let's see, there's my maximum 4%. I need a 371 foot minimum radius to satisfy the super elevation rate on a standard AASHTO roadway design. And I can even do some calculations on that as well. And then you would simply select one and choose it. Now, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just close that table, but that gives you some design guidance. We're not going to do it right now because it makes the radii bigger than will fit the geometry. We've got some, just as an example of what you can do. So I'm going to come in here to this radius value, and I'm just going to type 150 feet. And because I have typed that and it knows the things it's fitting in between, it can calculate all of these other values for us. You could have put values in any of those and it will calculate what it needs to finish the curve. I'll say, okay. And I'll look at that and see, well, there's my curve, right? Now, you also see it in the list. And if I go down here and now double click that curve, I can edit that curve. There's my value that I'd used for the radius. And I said I wanted to make it tangential to the previous element. I could hold the start point, that's my point of curve, or I can hold the PI points, that's this point of intersection in between. So I'm going to hold that. Excuse me, and I could either increase the radius or I could increase the arc length, the amount of room it's going to take up, and that should also increase the radius. So if I make that, say, a 200 foot length of curve, it calculates that to be a 298 foot radius. And then maybe I want to keep my radius as a nominal value, so I'll just make that 250. And all of these different things we can set to control what we're doing. Right now, I'm just holding the PI, making sure it stays tangent to the incoming straight piece, changing its radius and saying, okay. And now you see it's a little bit more reasonable for the size of this alignment. Okay, so let's go down to the next line that we need to put in a curve to the end of it. I'll select that and I will add, or you could have said fit curve, but I'm going to add, and I can choose any of these things. I'll choose to add a curve. Again, I'll hold the PI, I'll keep it tangent to the previous, and I'm going to give this a radius of, say, 125. Just half that radius. I'll say okay and see what that looks like. There's that little curve there, slightly larger curve there, and that's how you would make those changes. When you're done with that, you choose save. So you've now updated that CL file, and then when you choose exit, you'll see it redraw the polyline on the screen that was done from our initial alignment. Now, notice when we made those changes and fit those curves in there, because we did a lot of monkeying around, you see how the end of mine has moved away from here? And so you can do a couple of things. You can simply, select that point and make it snap back to that endpoint. I grabbed that grip and I moved up there and snapped to the endpoint, and notice it reshaped that to be keeping all those things tangent as well. And if I double click that again, go back to my editor, I can see there's my curve, and it has a radius now of, if I double click it, it kept a 125-foot radius, but it updated the length of the curve. I didn't note the previous one, so I couldn't tell you what it did, but there now is my alignment with tangent curves in it. And that's the start of us to do a road, and it's called Road 1. And you can simply select this and move it anywhere on the screen, and it will also update the centerline file in terms of where it starts. So there's all kinds of ways to edit that and modify that particular arrangement. Now, to create this as a road, we've done the center line. So what else do we need? We need a profile. We need to see how it goes up and down on the ground. Several ways of doing that. I can go to my profile menu and I can choose create profile from the surface and generate the existing ground surface profile. And then I could design the profile as well, or go straight to my profile editor command, create a new one. And let's call that one, just junk at this point, just to show you what it does. And this brings up a sort of a generic profile editor where I choose the type, either generic profile, a road, a sewer, a pipe, some crossings, that sort of stuff. Now that will work, but it's a sort of a manual approach. I would design this thing in by putting in stations and elevations, and I would work it around. But because we're using a road, I'm going to exit that and show you the better one. Is there's a command here in Civil. You don't have this in the other modules. Under profile design, you do have the profile editor, but you'd have to do it manually. But here I've got a command called design road profile. And there's a road profile editor that is much like that editor with some extra tools, or I could design on a drawn profile grid. So if you get a drawing in from somebody else and they have drawn a grid, and you can just draw right on that grid and create your profile. But I'm going to choose this road profile editor, go to my new tab, and this time I'm going to call that also road -1 and say open. And it now asks me, because it knows I'm doing a road, when I'm doing a road profile, it knows I need a center line to go along with it. So I need to choose the road centerline file I want to use. And there is that road-cl. They don't have to match names, but in this case they do. I will open that. And now, again, because I'm doing a road, it knows that I need to compare the existing ground surface with my design surface vertically. And so it's going to take care of going out there and creating that existing ground surface profile for me. So I simply need to tell it which tin file I want to use. There's my phase 6 original. So you guys select that out of your list and choose open. Now it comes into this editor. And here's where a lot of the magic of this design road profile gets to happen. As you can see, when I move my cursor in the profile view above, there's a marker on the ground that tracks along with it. Okay. It also reads in the top line what station I'm at, what elevation, and what slope. But you see this white line where the cursor is tracking? That's the profile as it exists now, and it creates it at its initial stages by going to the first point, putting the point on the ground, going to the last point and putting the point on the ground, which you can see in the spreadsheet down here has it set to, and there's a little bit of round off here. It says a depth of minus 0.0004. You can simply select that and type 0 if you want to get it exact. There's no problem there. So I've now changed that elevation. When I click in any given line of this editor, you can see a little green X marks where that's going to be affected. So just like I did with the horizontal alignment where I inserted a curve, I can insert a PVI, a point of vertical intersection, sort of the midpoint of that vertical curve. So I could do all that manually. I can come up here and add a line in between these two things. I can make sure that I've got sag points and crest points and that I'm going through a particular point if I need. I've got vertical speed tables, all of those different things. I can screen pick a PVI up here as well. But here's a couple of things that we can keep in mind. If we open this, you can open this up a little bigger, and we'll put this over here on the side a little bit on the highway side. You can even, maximize this, but I'm going to open this up to get some room. And let's do this. Let's take a look at this setup button at the bottom of our collection of buttons. If I choose setup, it tells me what my reference center line is. There's that road 1 CL. That's this horizontal alignment. And you've got a set button in there that you can use to assign it to a different file if you needed to. You can say you want to hold the current elevation. That's when you're doing edits. Right now, we'll leave it free. Grid ticks only. If you turn that off, say, okay, you'll get the full grid. So it's up to you. I'll just put my ticks only. And you can set an interval for the grids, etc. Now, I do want to say show the slope along my profile when I zoom in. So I'll turn that on. That's maybe something you want to see. It could be more than you need because it's also reported up here at the top. And you can also show the reference surface on or off. If I turn it off, that red existing ground surface goes away. If I leave it on, then it comes back to showing me where the existing ground is. Okay, so that's used for helping us figure out where we are in relation to our existing ground. Now, I can show the reference surface, again, the existing ground, at a left and right offset. So you might also be interested if you're on some pretty steep terrain, and if you're doing a pretty wide roadway, you might want a particular offset away to see where that existing ground is over on those edges, because that might give you some constraint. And if you do those, I'm just going to look 16 feet left, 16 feet right, and you can see them show up here in different colors. Okay, and in this case, the yellow is the uphill portion right here, and the blue is a downhill, and it's uphill on this side and downhill on the other side. Sorry, my mouse is a little bit. Now in this case, where I am right now, I see my marker. I'm going uphill to the top of that little knob. So my uphill is on the left, my downhill is on the right. So my blue is my left hand edge of my center line, and the yellow is the right hand edge of my center line, 16 feet away. So that's there in case you ever need it. I'll turn those off for now. And now showing the centerline special stations, if I click that and say okay, you'll see these markers. There's one right there, and notice where that is in the horizontal view. That's where my curve starts. There's where my curve stops. Same thing over here, start and stop of my curve. Now, while you might want to show those for reference as you're designing this, the guidance on roadway design, according to AASHTO and federal roadway designs, is that you should not put a vertical curve component, part of a vertical curve should not be done where you have a horizontal curve. And that goes for things like ride comfort and sight visibilities, safety, things like that. So you don't get into a situation where you're trying to go around a right-hand turn and you're going up and down on a curve part of the road, the actual vertical curve part itself. So that's just there again as markers for your reference. And I'll leave those turned on. We're going to ignore them with our little example here, just to show you what they're there for. Then the other one that is set up here, it says show vertical lines for intersections. Now that's not going to apply to us now. We only have one road, but once we get into our road network, we're going to see where those intersecting roads hit this profile. You'll see a yellow vertical line that shows you where each of those intersections are. So that's going to help us as well. And you can say show sag and crest points. You can extend the reference center line a particular distance to start and end if you wanted to. We'll leave those just set there as zeros. And then finally, if I check this output reference surface profile, that's the red line that it cut to the reference surface, I'm going to output it. I'm going to create that file, and I'm going to put this -ex on the end of that. So that's going to be called road-1-ex.pro as a separate profile that I can plot somewhere else if I need it or do any kind of edits to it. And again, I can change the reference surface right here with the set button. I can have it check my road design parameters. It can check for, design speed and maximum turn radii and sight distances, etc., of and above and below. Now, when I display these two choices, sight distance options, that's this column right here in my spreadsheet. This is sight distance because that's what I've chosen. If, however, and Matt, let me ask you, since you're more directly a direct engineer, if you've done a lot of roadway design, a lot of people are this way, that like transportation engineers, they live and die by this K value number. And so if I change that, that column becomes K value. And so that's what you might want to see. I myself, although I do plenty of road design, I don't really have an intuitive grasp of what that number means. I know how to calculate them and I can compute them and show them, but I can get a better sense of what I'm doing, where I happen to be along the roadway, if I can see the amount of sight distance that I have. And so that's just my preference as to what to display here. Okay, so some people, I know some, same thing with horizontal controls. A lot of people they have a good intuitive sense of how steep a curve to make based on typing in a radius. Railroad engineers typically know a degree of curve. That's their rule of thumb. Other people, myself included, I get a sense of how that curve is going to take shape when I put in a tangent distance, because I can see where the PI is, and then I can gauge how far back that tangent distance is going to be to show me where that curve's going to wind up being created. So just, different points of reference. Now, finally, down here in this part, the drag PVI options. Remember, the PVI is the point of vertical intersections. When I get into my editor and I use these tools and I start dragging around those points of vertical intersection, I can do either, I can hold the vertical curve length. So when I drag that around, the length stays the same and it adjusts where the curve starts and stops, but holds the length. Or I can hold the K value, again, if that's my reference. So it always, if I go up and down and my grades change, the curve will shorten or lengthen to maintain that K value. And likewise with sight distance, I could hold the sight distance. So for now, I'm going to leave this one set to hold the vertical curve length, and I'll say, okay, now I've got everything set up like I like. I've got a profile started here with an endpoint or a starting point and an endpoint. And here are the numbers that govern that. And I start off, that is a slope of 1.928%. Now, to match, you got to remember also this vertical exaggeration is set to fit. If I set it to 1, that's the actual grade. So, keep that in mind. If something looks too steep, this just helps me, clear out some space. So I'm now going to start to add and edit some PVIs into this alignment. And I can do it, like I said, manually. I can come down here and open up the spreadsheet and start typing numbers, but I'm going to use these graphical editing tools for now. And I've got this PVI edit mode. Right now it's free, so it lets me move things around and choose where I want to be, or I can choose to, if I insert something between an incoming tangent and an outgoing tangent, I can tell it to hold the slope coming in, hold the slope going out, hold the station when I move a PVI so it doesn't go back and forth, or I can hold its elevation, but change it horizontally. Right now, we'll just leave it to free. Now, these controls here, if I choose this button, it's pan, and this next button is a dynamic zoom. This button is a zoom everything button, sort of like a zoom extents. And then here's the real two that we're going to be concerned about. These buttons on the left, I can do just with my the wheel on the mouse. I can roll it in and out to zoom it. I can press and hold it to move it around. So what I'm going to do are these two choices. And the first one is to add the PVI, hence the plus mark. And the next one is to edit one after it's been added, hence the pencil. So let's add one. So I'm going to click that button. And now as I position this up here in my view, little boxes to add a PVI. Well, I may want to put a curve, I want my road to come up to the top of the hill and come back down. So I'm going to just click one right there. I just clicked with the mouse. And it says, okay, I see where you want to click. You want to put it here. That's the station that I calculate at 825. And notice down here, I've got these snap values turned on. When I said snap to the nearest 5-foot station, it jumped to whichever was the nearest station at 5 feet. There it is. And I've also got a slope snap. So the nearest 0.5% slope means that it calculates that to be an 11% slope. Well, there's the elevation. There's the slope in, the slope out. And right now the vertical curve is 0. But I can go ahead at this point and put in my vertical curve distance. Let's make that say 200 feet. And then it calculates my sight distance, or I could type that in and it would calculate the required vertical curve length. I'll say okay, and there it is. There's my slope showing 11.89%, outgoing 11.00%, incoming. Again, those numbers are governed with this setup button, show slope and zoom in. I'm going to turn that off. They'll go away, but I can still read it up here. Now, I've got a very simple roadway. I start down here, climb up at 11%, I crest over the hill and come down at just under 12%. Pretty steep road. So I'm going to want to add some more PVIs and maybe adjust where this one goes. Right now you can see this is going to be in fill, this is in cut, this is in cut, and it's in fill down here. Well, I want to maybe approximate this down on the ground a little bit better. So I'm going to come here and choose add PVI again, and I'm going to go up near here and I'm going to pull this down sort of right in there. I just clicked right where that arrow was. There's my station. Vertical curve distance, it kept it at 200. I'm going to shorten that up because I don't need it to be quite as large. I'll make that 100 feet, and it's there, and it sort of mimics that existing ground slope at 5.5%. I'm okay with that. And that keeps this slope now at, because I pulled this down, this is now steeper, it's at 13%. Now, you can change that 13%. Let's say if I've got a maximum slope of 11.5%, I'll just type that in here, and you see what it does is it pulls that down so that this slope is now 11.5%. You can read up here at the top. So there's a number of ways to make all these things happen. And I'm going to add another PVI. I'm going to come over here near the end, but instead of coming down at such a high slope, I'm going to come over here a little bit and click sort of horizontal. Oops, I clicked over here horizontal, and the number I had was too big. I'm just going to change that back and make that again 100. And say okay. And so now I've got a 100-foot vertical curve, and its closing slope is only 3.355%. So that's a nice little landing. I've come in pretty softly there. I still, though, I've got an awful lot of cut. I got to take these mountaintops down. So I want to change this PVI location a little bit better. So now that I've got some PVIs in, again, you can change any number of these things. You can set this, right now it's 200.01. I can make that exactly 200. That was just a result of some calculation round off. So I can do my changes down here if I need, if I know required site distances, anything like that. But I'm going to graphically edit that. So I'm going to use this other icon, the pencil, and I'm going to click, and it says edit, click and drag. So you just need to click near. You don't have to snap to anything. So I'm going to pull this PVI down and slide him back a little bit, sort of line him up with the existing ground a little bit better there. And if I click and I go back and grab the tool again, so I'll make this edit now, and I'll pull this up. And if you go too far up, you saw what happened. So I'm going to sort of get it in the middle there and click it there. Now I've got an incoming slope of 11.87%, an outgoing slope of 13.19. That's probably too steep. I would, I've seen in mountainous terrain, I've seen 12% as a maximum slope typically. So I can just come down here on this outgoing slope, and let's set that one to minus 12%. So that steepened it up a little bit, or lessened the severity to 12%. And then it lets me come down to end it with a 8.5% slope. So, maybe we'll live with that. Okay, so I sort of get a visual glance. I've got a lot of cut here. I've got a little bit of fill there, a little bit of fill here. Might not be ideal. But when I edit those PVIs, because I'm in this free mode, if you say I want to hold an elevation, for instance, and now I go to edit this PVI. Let's see, did I get that? And if I click near here, you see I can't take it up and down. I can only it's not, I'm missing my mouses. All right, so I'll hold the elevation. If I click here now and it wants me to click and drag, so my elevation is going to stay there. And now when I move it, I can't go up and down with it, but I can go back and forth with it to where I can see, you know, to reposition it. That gives me a little bit of constraint that I might want to apply with these. Also, if you back in the setup button at the bottom, remember I said hold the vertical curve length. If I want to hold the sight distance instead, and choose OK. And now if I change that edit, I'm going to say make it a free movement. So if I change this PVI now, if I click and move it, see how the curve gets longer as it, oh, sorry, I'm way too. So, oh man, come on. All right, let me undo that. All right, so if I edit that now, as I go up and down, the curve is going to change its length to maintain that required sight distance that's in this column here, okay? So I'm now going to refine this. I'm going to make that at 11.5%. And that one's okay at minus 11. Actually, I'll bring that a little steeper. I'll say minus 12. And then that puts that at a little shallower bit right there. Okay, so there's a good road design for me. It's all going uphill, and I see my crest point is identified there. If I look at this curve, you know, there is no sag point, and there's no sag here because it's still coming down. But if it goes up and back down, or if it goes down and back up, you'll see a sag point and a crest point, and they'll be marked with the little circle right there as well. Okay. You can now, once that's done, you can check a particular, let's check say station 500. So if I want to see what that is at 500, I type that number in, and it computes the elevation, the slope to it, the reference elevation or the ground elevation, and what's the depth, in which case the depth is minus almost 7 feet, which means it's a fill. In that case, it is a negative depth. Okay. So everything's good to go with that. I'm going to save that and exit. So I now have a profile as well as a center line. So what next do I need to do is to create the cross-sectional shape of that roadway as to what it's going to create, you know, the lanes and the curbs and whatever else, and then tie those edges down into my existing ground. Okay, so that part's going to be done on my roads menu, and that would be under this design template. Okay, now that's where I would do all of these things. Center line, I would create it, do my edits, profile, design road profile, do my road profile editor. I can do it all individually like that, or like I showed you yesterday a little bit, on the roads menu, let's go straight down to process road design. And let's start loading some of this stuff up. And so right now, the centerline file, when I choose these buttons, they're going to select the file. So I've got my centerline is road-1. That's the one I just last worked with. So it knew that it's the one I'm going to use. And I'm going to now choose a design profile. Right now it says none. So if I click that button and I go here and I find my, you see these two profiles right here, I've got Road 1 profile. That's the design profile, and Road 1 EX is my reference profile. So I'm going to use that Road 1 profile and say open. And that's there. I need to tell it the existing surface. So I'll select that button and choose my surface file. So it now has that. And this design template, that same command on the roads menu, design road template. Notice it can also be a series of different templates that transition one to the other. So right now I've got these two things. I need that template. I've got the existing surface that it's going to tie into. And that's the only thing left is this. So instead of going to the roads menu and choosing the command, create the file, and then load it up, I can just choose it from here. Design template series, I choose that button, and I got the choice of new or existing. So let's say new, and we're gonna call this, we'll just keep it the same, road-1 template, we'll call it. It can be a different name, it can be, and you can save and load those from a library. You can have, you know, like a 2-lane country road, no curbs. You can have a 4-lane asphalt paving with curbs and sidewalk. You can have any number of different things and reuse them over and over again. So now that's been identified, but there's nothing in it yet. So let's choose the edit button, or even before we do that, choose the edit button on one of these other files, like the centerline file. One second, that shouldn't, process road design. Did I get the right? Oh yeah, there's that file. So if I hit the edit button, yeah, it goes straight into my editor. Same thing with my design profile. If I hit edit, it goes right into that editor that I can, you know, resize or even maximize whatever I need to do. Okay, so now I want to edit the design template. Now this existing surface also has an edit button. And if I choose that, remember those triangulation file utilities where we went next and we merged and all that, that's what brings this part up as well. So you see all these commands, or this is just a clearinghouse that we assemble the parts we need and we make our changes here. So now it looks like I've cleared out that template name because I didn't have it defined yet. So I'm going to call that one road-1. I'll just call it TPL for template. I'll choose the edit button. Now, here comes the fun stuff. This is where we create our cross-sectional shape of our road. And we're going to show you here with the help button the extent of, well, that's not exactly which one I wanted. I want to do this design template. So that shows you what these all can do, the different components and how you work with them. So here's your curb components. We're not going to go through all this stuff here. I'll let you look at that as you get familiar with the process. But you can see it's very extensive. Okay, so here's what it is we are going to have a referenced center point. That's the alignment that we're walking along and that our profile is based on. It's most often the center line of the road. It's not always. If you do a multi-lane highway design, sometimes it's, say, the outside edge of pavement and everything else is referenced to it. But in general cases, we're going to start with the center. Also, in a lot of cases, we're going to say that the right side is the same as the left. And if we check that, we don't fill it out over here. It just copies it over. And so we're going to start here with the center and the left surface, and we have left subgrades. And so the surfaces are defined by this grade component. Then we have curbs, and you can put medians in. That's sort of this one's not nearly as intuitive to use within this editor. And a lot of times when I'm building medians, I'll build a road all the way across without the median, and I'll come in after the fact and I'll lay curbs down on it, and I'll add those into the mix, just like we did the pond on top of the existing ground. I'll make, curbs, I'll drape them on the surface, I'll fill them up with dirt on the inside, and I'll make that as a separate surface. And then we of course have our subgrades, got super elevations, and cut and fill slopes. And finally, we can establish right-of-way widths along if we need to do that as well. So now your buttons, Kaylee, are going to look slightly different, but you're going to see the words grade, curb, median, and subgrade. So let's do the very simple thing. We're going to say grade. So we're starting at the center point, and we're going to give it a slope away from that center point, either by percent, by ratio, like 3:1, 4:1, or we can give it a vertical difference in elevation. So I'm going to leave it as a slope, and I'm going to set my slope to -2%. I'll make it a linear type instead of parabolic, because I showed you that parabolic crown slope that some people are starting to use. We're not going to use that, just keep it linear. And then we need to tell it a horizontal distance that we want to go. So let's make 2 12-foot lanes. So that distance is going to be 12 feet. Obviously, there's a pick button, you can show it graphically. And then I'm going to choose this ID. I need to name that point. Now there's a set button here that if you choose that, you're going to see some things over here that have been put into a library of given names. Now here's TG, which means edge of pavement, which doesn't make any sense to me. Whatever generated that, I'm not sure where it happened. MDN for the edge of the median, SW for sideway. Those are all good names, but I'm not going to use this library. I'm just going to type it here, and I'm going to call that EOP, edge of pavement. And I'm going to say okay. And when I see that, I see the center point is right here in the middle, and it draws that grade and then zooms into that level. So there's that first grade 12 feet over at a -2%. Let's now add 2 4-foot shoulders. And again, it's a grade. Now I've moved from that center point up here to the grade point out here, which is that edge of pavement. So I choose grade again, and this time I want to go at a -4%, or let's even make it a 6% shoulder. And let's make it 4 feet long. And we're going to call that point SHLD for shoulder, or SHLD, or anything you want to call it. Okay, we'll say okay. Now you see there's the grade from the center out as the lane to edge of pavement, and there's from that lane down at 6% to my shoulder. Now at this point, all I need to do is establish cut and fill parameters. Now up here on my controls, I've got left side display and right side display. I want to say on the left side, I want to see fill conditions. On the right side, I want to see cut condition. Now that has nothing to do with what gets built. That's just what shows in your editor. Okay, so I'm going to choose the cut button. I'm going to just very simply type over here a 3:1 slope on my left side. And you can set varying depths with varying slopes. I'm just going to very simply choose a 3:1, say okay. There it is in my cut condition. My fill condition, I'm going to do the same thing, 3:1, say okay. So now those are those conditions. Okay. Now they don't show up in our list here, but they are available anytime I want to go back and click on the cut and fill buttons to edit those. So that's really all I need right now to generate that road surface. Notice I have not put any subgrades in there yet. We'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so I'm going to just take this very simple road. I'm going to save it, and I'm going to say exit. So now I have all the things that I need. And at this point, I can simply say, okay. And when that happens, it's going to come up to these additional parameters, which are going to set, controls like how far along that alignment I want to take it, an output surface that I'm going to generate, because you can generate the bottom of the subgrade if you want, if you're doing machine control, and make a separate surface for that. You can tell it that you want to build a surface by turning on triangulate and contour. All that. So for now, let's leave this as it is for you. And let's choose the set button right here next to triangulate and contour. And let's go to this set of tabs. You might have seen these before. And let's choose this right triangulation file. We're going to select it. And I'm just going to call that one also being consistent road 1. We'll save it. We'll say okay. And we'll say okay. And when we say okay, that's going to generate a listing for us in our report of how much total cut, total fill. You see we're way out of balance. But give us a report. And if we had our subgrades defined as materials, you would see those volume amounts in that as well. And then when we finish that report, it's going to draw all of the 3D lines that make up that road, which I can look at in my 3D viewer, like so. Or I could also add to that my actual road surface. Now, yours may not have those same colors. I'll show you where we get those when we come back after our break. Okay?
That looks awesome.
Yeah, it gets better. All right. All right, so for now, go ahead and save your file. And we come back, we'll do a bit of finessing on this roadway. Okay? Any questions on your end, Matt?
Nope, I'm good.
You're good? Okay, so
Yep.
let's take us about 6 minutes or so. Let's come back at 2:45 to get things started. I will go ahead and stop this share again, save your screen. I will pause the recording. Okay, so what we've seen now in this is that we have defined a center line, we defined a profile, and we defined a cross-sectional shape that was used now to generate these 3D lines and tie into where it hits the existing ground based on the cut and fill, and also to have it automatically create that surface for us. It would be as if we had isolated these layers, used this as an outside boundary, selected everything, and built a surface. But it does it for you very nicely, and you see the contours go right across the crown. They hit the shoulder, and then they go down the fill slope or up the cut slope, whichever that happens to be. Now, a couple things that you may notice is that the contour interval on this roadway is pretty tight and doesn't really match our ground. So what we want to do is sort of match those. And if I look at this elevation, I select that and I look at my properties over here, I see that's an elevation of 125. And if I look at this one, I see that's at an elevation of 130. So that's a 5-foot contour interval. And we have, there's 120 and there's 122. So that's a 2-foot interval. So if we match them up, you'll see them tie in where they are supposed to tie. And that's simply done with, go to our process road design. Everything is like it needed to be. I'm going to say okay. But this time under triangulate and contour, I'm going to hit this set button. And I'm going to change that contour interval from 2 and 10 to be 5 and 25. Okay. And I'm not going to label any of those. And then under triangulate. Now here's a couple of things that we can do. If you wanted to draw the triangulation faces, it would actually draw in the triangles right into the drawing. You can select them and display them and do all kinds of stuff, but you have the surface file where you can always do that. You can also tell it to, this may or may not show the same on your version, Kaylee, I forget. But you can trim the existing contours inside that disturbed area line. That's that footprint. So it would go in there and trim out those existing contours inside of that if we had created them as part of our surface creation. We did not. It doesn't know their contours, so it wouldn't work for us now. However, what you saw there earlier with those colors is set by the set colors and layers. So it knows my template that I use with EOP and shoulder, and then these other and outside slopes. So you can select different colors. And I selected for edge of pavement this color called 251, which was one of probably that one. So that colors the lane, and then the shoulder part right now is yellow. Let's make it not quite so garish. We'll tone it down a little bit. And then those others as the cut and fill banks, I'll leave there as green. And you can vary the color by the ID, and that is going to these points, or you can vary the color based on the cut and fill depth or by layer as well. So we'll leave it as such, and we'll say exit, and we'll say okay. Okay to overwrite that file. Yes, it is. Go ahead and do it, and we'll say okay. It goes ahead and recalculates. The numbers are no different. We didn't change anything. We will exit, and you'll see it redraw. And now you see where the the index contours tie to the index contours, the intermediates to the intermediate contours. So that makes a nice match on those contour lines. Okay. We also have, as part of this surface file now, this road as an independent surface, and you can see there's those colors that we set, and you can see there. You can see the actual shape of the triangles as they are formed, and you can display the contours. And again, we'll match that up to be a 5-foot, so it matches. And if you change the shading, you can see it casts some shadows as it defines around the crown. Now, these areas out here, these light blue, those are what are called outside areas, as opposed to other areas, which are the cut and fill. And I'm not exactly sure where those come from. Something that is some kind of a limit that it places on those and makes those colors. And it's just something you can sort of ignore. Now, there's nothing else under that, you see there's no materials in it. So that's just a surface. And it can be merged into that existing ground for a final surface as a, to have all this other stuff around it. You can also add that existing ground into it. Let's go back here and turn this off and back on so it's not such a garish looking thing. And you see up here's the parts that are in fill. The other parts are in cut down below, but you don't see these parts unless you go to the model tab, open this up, choose the existing ground, right click, set your properties and set the opacity down. And now you can see the parts underneath it, okay? But you can also still see where the existing ground is over those cut areas. All right, so a number of things you can do with that. Now, let's get into the logical extension of this, and we're going to simply put a crossing road and that crosses around this thing, that crosses over this road. And we're going to do that by simply drawing a centerline alignment again. So I'm going to choose draw 2D polyline, and I'm going to set its layer as road-CL. I'll just type it. And if it doesn't exist, it will create it for me. I'll set my color to be bi-layer, so it'll probably be white. So road CL, and I'll say okay. And I'm going to just go from here down to here, just a little crossing street. And it can have curves and all that kind of stuff in it as well. So I've now just created a crossing road. So I could go through that same process under road design and change to this new road, or I can go straight into this road network and it's going to tie everything together. And I'm going to go to my new tab and I'm just going to call that road-1-2. And we have road 1 and road 2. Okay, and it brings up this little guy. And this is where you're going to see these things get added into this mix. So the first thing let's look at are some settings. We'll look at the gear button and we'll talk about what these are going to do. So here's how it's going to process. We're going to set the existing surface, which is our phase 6 original ground. And we don't have a rock surface, so we won't worry about that. And we're going to look at this every 25 feet as main stations and every 2 feet as it goes through the intersection. Any special stations we could define. The existing section maximum offset. So whatever this distance is off from the side, we need to make sure that we have enough distance to catch that. I'll leave it at 100 for now. And if it's outside of those limits, it will tell us so we can come back and change that later. I'm going to set my slope of my roads, actually this time perpendicular to my center line. That's my cross slope of my pavement. And I want to tie to the existing. I want to process these intersections so that it calculates all that and ties everything together and connect the roads. If I have individual pieces of it, it will connect those up into single alignments if I want. So that's my first step. The second step is to look at the output options. Again, triangulate and contour. And I have not defined anything yet, so I'm going to hit setup. And again, just like we saw before, write the triangulation file. I'm going to select that one, and I'm going to call this one road-1-2. I'll go ahead and put a -net on the end of it, so that's my network of roads. All right, so there it is. Now, you can also set the colors and layers, and based on whatever template you are going to be using, in this case, it kept it from the last time we used it, so that we can change later, because we're going to add some curves and stuff into this one as well. I'm not going to draw any of this stuff up here. I will contour. And again, this time I'm going to select that same set of contours I had before. I had road contour at a 5-foot interval. And I drew the index contours and I put that on road contour index. Okay, and so that's 25. That part's okay. I'm not going to label anything. That part's good. I'll say okay. Now, here's another option. At this point, you could say merge the road with the existing, in which case you set it, and we're going to call it road net dash merged. So that's going to merge with this existing ground once it's done, to keep you from having to go into triangulation file utilities and do the merging. And you can choose to do that or not at this stage. Then when you say surface to draw, that are those contours that we created here, we could have it draw either that merged surface or just the road only. We'll leave that alone. And then we're going to, if you have survey crews that use CARLSON's CIVL, you can have it write out all of the files it needs to compute the points it needs to go out in the field and stake them out. We're not going to do that part here today. But we will do a couple of things here. We're going to choose to output the coordinates, okay? And I'll show you why we're going to do that in a minute when we get to it. We're going to say setup, and right up here at the top where it says file, it says none. So we need to select a coordinate file. So I'm going to select, I'm going to go to new, and I'm going to call it road net as my coordinate file. I'll say open. All right, now which IDs do I want to output? I can either do the center lines or I can select, I haven't defined the IDs yet, so I haven't defined but I'm going to come back and change that when we're done here in a little bit to show you why I'm going to do it. I will tell it to draw the points, and it's going to put them on a layer. I'm going to choose to include the station value in the description, the offset, a center line name. I think that'll be obvious. We won't need that part. And I'm going to uncheck these, and I'm going to only output the low stations along the profile. Take out the high stations and these starts. Now what I'm going to do is when I define the template, I'm going to have curves, and I'm going to have that edge of my gutter as a named point. And instead of center, I'm going to put that name in there. It's going to find the low parts of the profiles and put a point there. That's going to be where I put my catch basins when I set up my drainage. So it's a nice way of having this automatically take care of it for me. Okay. Any of these you can include, but that's going to be all that I do. I'll say okay. You can output the profiles of the edge of pavement, which are going to be different from the center line, because those edge of pavements might have super elevation. They might vary in width, and so you could get different outputs. You can do that if you want. You can also have it if you had building lots and building pads drawn within those lots. You can have it go through here, and based on how the road gets built, it can set the elevations of all of those things based on certain rules that you set up. Again, a little outside of this class, time-wise and complexity-wise. But for now, we'll leave it like this. We can have it draw these subgrades underneath our main roads. Right now, I'm not going to. I'm just going to draw the top edges on the top, but they will be defined in our surfaces. And all of these are pretty much like we want it. That's my output options. Okay. Then in our report options, I'm going to set my report precision. I don't need it quite so high. Set it to that. Here's 100th. I can report the cut and fill end areas of every 25 foot, the differences in the cut and fill. I can set shrink and swell factors. I'm just going to leave those as ones for now. I can report cumulative cut and fill, and I can report subgrades and topsoil areas if I have defined them. I have not. I'll go to my display options now and say, if I select a road that I have chosen over here, do I want to automatically zoom to that selection? Yes or no? I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to keep the same zoom level. And when I highlight one of those center lines, how do I want to see it? Either dashed or thickened or none. I'm going to turn it on to thicken. And for the current intersection or cul-de-sac, I can either show a target, which would be a circle around it, or I can just put a pointer to it. So I'll leave it as a target. And then finally, under my defaults. Now, these are default settings that I can change individually as I go along. But right now for my intersections, I'm going to use 25-foot radius values on the intersection. So I've got a road coming this way, a road that's going to cross it, and the pavement is going to go around a corner to tie into the other road. That's what happens at the intersection, and that's my radius that I'm going to use. And it's the edge of pavement that I'm going to say is going to go through that intersection and react to the other road's edge of pavement. Everything from the edge of pavement outward will also go with it, but that's the part that I'm going to set the radius for right there. Now, anytime the center line intersects another center line, it's going to build a little vertical curve as it goes across the main road. And I'm going to leave that set to 0 so that it is a upgrade and a downgrade. It'll be an upgrade of like 2% and downgrade of 2% as long as those things cross at 90 degrees. Now I just eyeballed it, so it's going to be slightly off of that. And how far away do I want that distance to go to the next curve that adjusts it back? Let's just put that, say, at 35 feet. I'll show you where those come up when we get to it. Now, the side intersections, again, if you think about where that pavement comes around through the intersection, it's going to make those little quadrants as it goes around the corners. And how much of a vertical curve do I want to put in there? Now, if you don't put any vertical curve in there, it just does a straight line connection. So I'm going to put in, say, a 25-foot long vertical curve. You'll see that when we go to edit the results. How do I calculate my surfaces? I'm going to either hold the main crown, or when I get to an intersection, I can go radial from the curb across the intersection so it blends it all the way across it. But in this case, I'm going to hold the main crown so you can see what happens with that. And the profile method is going to generate these PVIs for the in and out grades of the crossing street as it crosses the pavement of my main road, or I can just simply allow it to have a single PVI. That's what I'll do. That's my simplest case. And then the transition method that I'm going to use is allow it to go all the way across the intersection, or I'm going to go to the intersection midpoint and stop my transition of the incoming or crossing road. So I'm going to just leave it set to a cross intersection. And then if I have any cul-de-sacs, how do I want the center line direction to go, left to right or right to left? Or now I'll leave it alone. At that point, I've got styles of intersections, however I want to do those. And a cul-de-sac radius, let's put in a value here of, let's say 1225, say 60 feet. And we'll put in fillets of 25 feet. And I'm not going to have any offset, so I'm not going to adjust that in there. I'm going to set a vertical curve length now of 50 feet. And that's around the outside edge of the cul-de-sac if we put one in. And the road design parameters is a list of rules that says, you know, at this speed, you need that kind of radius, etc. We're not going to use one. So there's now everything that I need to set this up. And we'll see how this behaves. I'll say, okay, I'm going to come over here now and I'm going to save this network file. Right now, there's nothing in it except for my settings. And I'm going to choose these different controls. I can add individuals here, or I can right click, add a road. And once you have a road, you can then right click and add a cul-de-sac. The intersections find themselves. You don't actually add an intersection. Okay, and then here's the reports. This is where you can edit a specific one. You can have it draw if it's not already drawn. So all the controls. So first thing to do is let's add the road. And we're going to add it because we already have this main road by a centerline file. So I'm going to choose that. There's my road 1. I see it here, my preview. I say open. It now has it. It wants to know, all right, give me a design profile. Again, your choice is new and existing. I'll take that existing road profile and say open. Now, much like in process road, you got a bunch of files here and some edit buttons there. You've got some controls here to change the limits of the stations. You can cut benches on the cut and fill banks, etc. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to just say okay. Okay, it's missing a template. Let's see, if I say cancel, does it go away? Yeah, it does go away. All right, so if I say okay, centerline file, road centerline, road profile, and now I need a template. So I'm going to choose that same template that we used at road 1. Now I've got the required input files done. My optional input files we'll come back to later as we add our little parking lot takeoff from the side of the road. If you're going to add all of these different things, I'll leave that to your further discovery. Now my optional output files, here are my cross sections. Just like, remember we did that section every 25 feet and we cut the surface. So I'm going to say my existing section file, I'll call it road -1 -ex. Save that. My final section file, I'll call it road -1 -fg, final ground, grade, rock, existing profile, super elevation diagrams, all of those different things. So these are just the 2 that I'll use, okay? So now I'm checked up here for full range because I didn't set my station limits. And I'll say, okay, now what happens when you set that? You've defined that road. I can select it, see it highlights. I can double click it and make my edits to the different components of that road. I'm going to add another road now. So choose add, and now do I want to add a road or a cul-de-sac? Well, I could add another road at this point, so I'm going to choose road. So how do I want to do it? A centerline file, or do I want to screen pick a polyline. Well, I'm going to screen pick the polyline. I'll choose this alignment, and it says there is no centerline file associated. So I'm going to assign a centerline file to that polyline. And I'm going to call this one, clever boy that I am, road-2. Now it needs a design profile. And again, it offers the same name. I'll keep that name, road-2. It hasn't been created yet, but it's loaded it up here. It's kept the template the same as the other road. And notice in my list on the left, it has identified the intersection. We'll see that in a minute. So let's now, while we're here, go ahead and set these optional section files just in case you want to see those. Road-2-EX, I think we called the other one, and road-2-FG. So that's pretty much there. The design profile, because it's intersecting this road, it has actually created it. And I'm going to go to my edit button and I'm going to look at it. And there is the design profile that it needs as a minimum to cross that existing road. And remember in our setup, when we said show vertical lines for intersections, right there, that yellow vertical line, look at the marker over here. If I position over here and get a little closer, see that edge of pavement there, and then there's the where it crosses right there, the edge of pavement. But you see that's a little bit rough. It just comes up and doesn't have any curve link to smooth that out. So I could sit on that one and I can give that a vertical curve distance, let's say of say 25 feet. That puts a little one in there. Let's maybe make that bigger. Let's make it 50 feet. And we'll go across the next center line. That's the center line crown point. So I'm going to leave that as a 0. Let's see, this one was the edge of the shoulder. Yeah, there's the edge of pavement. So it ties into the edge of pavement there. And then there was the center line of 0. There's the edge of pavement again. I'm going to go on beyond it. I'm going to set this one up to be 50 feet. Okay, so now I've got, climbs up, goes across the intersection, and comes back down. But because this is my road, like I've always had before, I'm going to add a PVI right in here. So I'll click there, set this stuff up. I'm going to set my vertical curve distance at this point as 200 feet and say okay. So now that's got a nice smooth up and down. And I may want to bring this back into a little less than 15% landing slope. So I'm going to add one more right in here. And again, we'll make that, let's say a 150. Wait a minute, what did I do? I'm going to cancel that. I think I looked away. Didn't see where I was typing. All right, so now my curve length here, 150. So that now smooths it out. So I'm landing at, 7.5% or so. Once I'm down here, I'm at 6.229, something like that. So there is this. Now, what happens because I'm in road network and I'm linked with these crossings? You see where I'm crossing the main road. If I go back and then edit this main road and move that curve up or down, or even horizontally somewhere else, this will go with it. So you would see this side road lower itself or raise itself, however it needed to do to construct where it crosses that road, okay? So for now, let's save this and exit. we've now defined the profile a little bit better than its automatic business. And we have the same template, and we'll say, okay. Now, it says that, okay, something changed. Do I want to process the road network? Let's say no at this point. If yours did not prompt you and it went ahead and did some calculations, that's okay. But that is set right here in the settings. And it is right here, process on updated design files. You would set to automatic, prompt, or turn it off. So I'm going to set it to prompt because I want to make some changes before I reprocess every time I do this. All right, so I'm ready now to take a look at how this stuff ties together. Here's my intersection. And if I look at that intersection now, it's already calculated. And if I go into, if I double click that intersection, it's already calculated how it's going to go across there. I've got some settings, which is my primary road, road 1 or road 2. And if I want to look at these transition distances as it crosses, that's where I can set those up. And here's where I set the template point that comes off of this road and ties into that road. And those need to be named the same. We're using the same template, so it will match. If I change that instead of EOP, if I said shoulder, if I hit select and chose this, then the shoulders would make the turn, but the pavements would go ahead and cross at that sharp 90-degree angle. So we want to make sure we keep the edge of pavement. Everything from the edge of pavement outward goes along for the ride, okay? Again, here's my surface method. I'm going to hold the main crown, transition across the intersection. Remember, I set those in the defaults. I set this in the defaults. Now, look at these: front left, front right, back left, back right, and some additional transitions. The front left has a radius of 25 feet. I'm going to say tie to the existing grade. I'm going to have a vertical curve of 25 feet, and I'm going to edit that profile. Now, front, left, right, back, left, and right. I'm walking down this main road. So my left is over here, my right is over here. The front will be the first ones I come to, the backs will be the last one. So if I'm on my front left and I choose this button that says edit the profile, it's only editing that profile of that return. So I'm going to choose edit profile, and up comes the same profile editor. And you can see where the marker goes from one into the other one, where it will be once it processes. And there's the vertical curve that is set there as a 25-foot maximum. It only had 23 feet that it could play with. Now, what you might want to do with these is, this is the smooth transition from this grade into that grade. You could add another point, or you could take that point and you can make it artificially low so that you could set a curb inlet set a low point in the middle of that curb, or you could put your inlets up at the starts and stops. So that's why you have that ability. I'm going to just exit this and leave it as it is for now. But that was the front left. Let's look at the back right. Same thing. If I look at that one and I see where I'm walking around there, that's the one that's away from me. And it's along that. And again, that's that smooth transition that you can make edits to, okay? You can output these particular files along these particular pieces. You can generate a centerline alignment. You can generate that profile, even though you can edit it up here. This will actually save the file. You can have different template transitions. If you change from one template on this road to a different template on that road, you can set that up to be a different transition file, grade tables, just some other ways. You can set these sections along those returns the same way you've done everything else, okay? The additional transitions are an additional profile transition if you want it to smooth out where it crosses those additional things that we set in the profile manually, those little 50-foot crosses. You can add these kind of things, but it has to do with the amount of addition that you want to add onto the profile as it transitions through those turns. Okay, so we'll just leave those set to 0 for now. And let's say, okay, so now we've defined everything. And of course, the intersections comes off of this default settings that we did, but we can change them individually if we need. So now we're ready to go. And I'm going to hit this process button, which is the one that looks like the road with the arrow on it. So if I click that, you'll see all this stuff happening down here below. And it's going to draw a bunch of things. I think what I need to do is erase. See, these contours were left over from the last time because we weren't using RoadNet. It didn't clear them out. So I'm going to erase those by layer. And I'll clear that. I'll select from screen. I'm going to choose one red one, one white one, and let it erase those. And now I'm going to reprocess and it will redraw those in there. So that's what the contours look like as it goes through those intersections. Now you can see right in here, it's a little rough. Okay, so we might need to do a little bit of fine tuning in those areas, but what we have is a network of roads and surfaces. We have that one surface that we remember we set up to be the RoadNet merge. That was everything. Or there's just the network surface file itself. Let's go ahead and look at the merged surface and you can see what it looks like. I'm going to come here, turn this off and then back on, and it shows you that as that merged surface, and it the colors are very similar to, if I go to my model tab and I change the actual the main outside parts of the surface. Let's see if I do that and say, okay, there you go. So here's those cut and fill areas. These are those areas called the outside, and that's those little transition areas. But you can see it has now, and if I were to contour that surface, there's your final contours as they would be created as it comes in. Now, so far, everything is up. There are no low spots in the road, so it did not generate any points. Remember, we told it to generate some points. So we don't see any points, and there's none in our coordinate file. But if we put in, let's go ahead and edit, say this side road, we'll put a low spot right in, right down here near the ending of it. So I'm going to choose my road 2. I'll double click it. I'm going to edit my design profile. And I'm going to pull this one down so that it's low. So I'm going to grab this edit PVI and I'll pull this down. Oh, it's a little too far. Let me undo that. Let's maybe move this one. Let's see if I can do that without getting it to break now. Let's see here. Give it a little more height and see if I can. Oh, see, that's why I've got that held. So I want to undo that, and I'm going to go back to my setup, and instead of holding the sight distance, I'm going to hold the length. That was the problem. All right, so now if I edit this incoming point, you notice now I've got a downgrade. So there's my low spot right there. And if I do the same thing on this one, to give me a low spot on this side, that's going to come down here. Now that makes these slopes up here way too steep. Obviously, we don't want it to be like that in a real world situation, but just to show you what happens, I'll save and I'll exit that. I'll say okay, and it tells me that, okay, it's changed. You want to process it? Yes, go ahead and process. The intersection will be the same. I see I also need to erase one other line, and that's that original leftover from the there we go. That's just what it should have looked like. That was left over from the original time we ran it. Now, if I look over here, you see it brought in the points, but that was set up to be on the center line. So that's station 0 plus 57.3030 at a distance of 0.00 to the right. All right, and that's its elevation. All right, so that was okay. But if I want to see where I want to put an inlet in my road, let's go back to my settings, my output options, and down here where my output coordinates are, and I choose setup, instead of using the center line, I'm going to select with this button here, as soon as my mouse pays attention, and I'm going to choose, instead of the center line, I'm going to choose the shoulder point on that side as well as the shoulder point on this side. So those are the 2 points I'm going to use. I'll say okay, and say okay, and say okay. I will reprocess. And now I see my low points where I can put my inlets. I'll go ahead and select these, put them in my viewer, and I'll add the roadway surface. And there you can see, if I can get the mouse lag to go away, there you can see those 2 points. There's 1 point right there, one right over there, one over here, one over there. So then when I'm doing my stormwater management design, I have those points right there where I can set my inlets at. Okay, so, and I can also, because I know the station and the offset, I can give those to my survey crew and then go out and stake those points for me based off the center line definitions. Now, what happens when this changes? If I, because remember this, the curve of this road is going to react to where it crosses this road. So if I go to road 2, or let's go to road 1, for instance, we'll double click that and we'll edit that profile. And we're going to say, you know what, to heck with all that, we're going to go ahead and bring that a little lower. It's just a little too high for me. So I'm going to edit this curve. Now that's where the side street crosses it. So I'm going to pull this way down like this. Now there's really bad design. I should not be having a side street crossing in the middle of a vertical curve, but you get the idea. Now, one of the other options that we have as part of this editor in Road Network, you see this show sections. If you turn that on, you'll get another little window here that shows the cross sections as you move along that roadway. Now you can tell obviously that you're in cut in these areas in here, but like right here, you can see the white is a little bit above. Let's set that to be a, let's make it a 5-time vertical. There we go. And so right in there, you see it goes into the transitions between cut and fill. And that's the way that roadway gets built. And it shows you up here the accumulated cuts and fills. So this gives you a way, if you get all the way out to the end, you see the total cut of 95,000 yards and a total fill of 900 yards. So you could then play with this profile as long as the sections is up, it will compute that for you, and you can sort of use that to get closer to a balanced cut and fill design. Okay, but for now, I've got this one done the way I want to look at it, and I'm going to, at this point, I'm going to say exit on the viewer, and I'm going to save my profile and exit that. Now, that was road 1. I'm going to say, okay, take those changes. I'm not going to process at this point because I want to look at this road now, and I know that it has changed. And if I look at the profile now, you see when that one went down, this one went down with it. And I now have, I still have a low point here and a low point there, but I need to, I'm going to hold those same elevations, but I'm going to set those transition distances. I've got one right there. I'm going to make that one 50 feet. And that one I'll leave alone. That one I'll leave alone. That one I'll leave alone. That one, next one down, I'm going to set to 50 feet also, just to smooth out the ride as it crosses. Okay. Now I've got vertical curves right in here at the edge of pavement and the crown, but I'm going to leave those alone. And you can see those slopes are like 2.5%. and then down at 1.55%. And that's because I'm not crossing. If I were crossing that road at exactly 90 degrees, I would see this up at 2% and that down at 2%. That's why there's a difference there. So I'll save that change, exit my editor, say okay, and now I'll reprocess. And you'll see all this stuff in the middle is going to change now. And I've got, you know, some pretty severe cuts down in here. I would take a look at that as my, let's go ahead and look at the total surface. And you can see there's your roads, and that's what you're going to wind up having to do cuts and fills. So you would probably want to come in here and do a little bit different cut and fill design to sort of get rid of these extra hills, or you would raise those road profiles up to not be so severe in a cut situation in that case. And the way you can accommodate that as well in terms of this network is when I look at my intersections and I double click that and I look at these individual things, if I uncheck this tie to existing, or if I go back to my original settings and just simply, it's back in this settings box over here, I can tell it to not tie to existing. But this is just going to be for those transitions. I'll say okay and reprocess, and you'll see what happens. It will transition the pavements, but it doesn't try to tie to the existing ground. It just, you know, for each one individually, obviously it did take that into effect in here. Yeah, normally that suppresses that. Let me take a look at that surface one more time. And we're still going to see some of that, but it's not going to be as severe because it basically goes to that intersection and pushes everything back instead of trying to tie this, when it says tied to transition, this line right here, that was the part that went around the intersection. That, or actually this part here before you hit the cut and fill, that was the part it was trying to tie down in each of these corners. When you turn that off, it comes up here to where it starts, ties this way, comes over here to where it starts, ties that way, and then it just blends this off as a push out to blend this side in with this side. Same thing here on these two sides as well. That's why they're sort of, you know, you've got this slope, and then there's the slope in between, because I didn't try to tie this transition line down to existing. I just let it merge those two side slopes. So that's going to give you a little better control on how that behaves. Okay, now let's take a look at what happens if our main road, let's use a different template design. So that's my road 1 template. And let's go back to road 2. It says road 1 template as well, even though we're calling this road 2, but it's using the same template. So I'm going to edit that just to get a name change, and I'm going to save as, and I'm going to call that road 2 template, just to be a little more consistent with that. And then exit, and then make sure I point it to that file by choosing template. I'll choose road 2, and it's exactly the same as road 1. So that's now been assigned for road 2. I'll say, okay, no, don't process yet. Go back to road 1, and now let's process road 1, and we're gonna make some changes here to that template. So now we have these, the grades from there out to the shoulder, our cut and fill sides. I'm going to turn off the side slopes just so I can see these a little more spread out. I don't have to see those parts yet. I'll fix those in a minute. So now I'm going from the edge of pavement down to a shoulder. Well, I'm going to delete that shoulder. So I'm going to remove that section. I now just go to the edge of pavement, 12 feet out. And at that point, I'm going to put in a curb. So I'm going to click my curb button. And I'll just take one of these standard shape curbs here. There's all these different types. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. This will be my 4th curb. It has some better heights and depths. This curb 1, I'll just take as a standard curb. I set my dimensions as inches. It's going to be separate from the subgrades. I'll have no rounding on there. They're going to be like straight concrete of a flat base. I'm going to set a top width of 5 inches, a total width, which is this gutter width, of 12 inches, and there's a 1-inch taper. So it's essentially from the back of curb to the face of curb is 6 inches, but it lays back 1 inch. And there'll be a 1-inch drop here at the face, so it climbs back out. The 6-inch height is the thickness here. The height too is 12 inches, so I'm 6 inches above where that point is as well. And now I'm going to give this a material. I'm going to call it CONC for concrete, or you can set and pick it from a library. And I'm going to give that a ID in my template called CRB. And you'll also see when that happens, because I'm going left and right, you'll see the points when we edit those points as CRB, and then you'll see CRBR for right. So there's the curb. You can edit that. You can also save a particular curb as a separate item and load it up later. Okay, so don't lose sight of those facts. So there's now my curb. Now let's put in another grade behind the curb. So when I add this grade, I'm going to put a positive slope up of 2%. I'm going to make a little 4-foot distance, and we're going to call that, strip. That'll be just a little grass strip, okay? And now I'm going to add another grade, and I'm going to keep that flat across, and I'm going to make that 6 feet wide, and I'm going to call that sidewalk. So there's now my sidewalk. I'm going to add another grade, and I'm going to put this one back down at a minus 2%. Well, let's make it a little more than that. Let's say minus 6%, like it were a shoulder, and I'll take that out for just say 5 feet. And I'm going to call that my I'm just going to call it BRK for break. All right, so now I've got over to the edge of pavement, a curb. Let me zoom in a little bit here so you can see it. The strip behind the curb, which will channel water back into the road. Then I've got a sidewalk. And finally, I go out here to the break, where at that point, I'm going to turn back on now my cut and fill display. So that's where my cut and fill are going to go. Now, on those cuts and fills, and with my cut version, and I can say, I want to go a 3-to-1 slope if I am at a depth of, say, 5 feet. If I'm deeper than 5 feet, I'm going to tighten that up to a 1.5 to 1. So anything over 5 feet, and you can do these multiples, and you can say smooth between them. That's a smooth transition. Or you can say slope in series and put benches in between them. So let's do that. We'll say, okay. So there now would be anything up to 5 feet, so 3-to-1. Anything beyond that would be 1.5 to 1. That's this part over here with a 10-foot wide bench along that bank. And for the fill, let's see. Let's go back to the cut business. I want to put a ditch in actually here. So down here at my ditch grades, I'm going to add a ditch grade. And I'm just going to make this a 1-to-1 for 1 foot. I'm going to call that ditch. Let's see, ditch bottom. And I'm going to add another one. I'm going to come back. Oops. I'm going to come back out. I hit add ditch. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to change that in a minute. I'll leave that as 1-to-1. Again, for 1 foot. And I'm going to call that ditch top. I'm going to go back and edit this one. That should be a minus 1-to-1. Okay. Now, if I've done all that on the cut there, you see that little roadside ditch so that the water coming off the roadside doesn't just splash up here. It's got a place to go. So everywhere in cut, I should see something like that. I can do the same thing on this side with fill by building up a berm if I want. So I'm going to come down here and say use a berm. Minimum depth of 10 feet. So if I fill over 10 feet, it's going to use a berm. If it's not, it won't. Let's set that to 5 feet. I'll add a berm. I'm going to take this up at 1-to-1, go for a foot. We'll just call it BRM1. I'll add another one flat across the top, also at 1 foot. I'll call that one BRM2. Oh, sorry, %0, sorry. For a foot, BRM2. And I'm going to add one more at a ratio of -1 to 1, again for a slope of, and we call that berm 3. And I'll say okay. So now you can see over here, I've got a little berm that protects my vehicles a little bit as I go over. So far, so good. I'll hit save, but we're going to add some subgrade materials now to this one. So down below is where we start adding subgrades, and we start defining them with this button here. And we're going to start with that, clicking the button, and we're going to take what kind of subgrades we have, either on the roadway. You can put subgrades under the cuts and fill slopes if you want. We're going to go outward from our center. We're going to match the slope above it. That'll be fine. We're going to intersect. Now this first one, I'm going to just say continue slope. I'll show you what these will do. And the horizontal offset, this is how far away from this center point do I want to start this subgrade material. Well, I'm going to leave it as 0, just leave it blank because I'm going to start right at the center. And then my vertical offset, and again, units, I need to set this to inches if I'm going to do it that way, which I will. And I'm going to go down, say 2 inches. How far out am I going to go with that? I'm going to go, in that case, we had a 12-foot lane. I could type in 12, or I can say select and choose that edge of pavement as how far out I want that to go. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I may have a template that widens at certain points and gets wider than 12 feet. So I don't want my subgrade to stop. I want it to follow that edge of pavement. So I'll do that, and I'm going to give that a material of, let's just call it asphalt, ASPH. So 2 inches of asphalt, and you can put notes and such there as well. Super elevation settings, we'll leave those alone in now. So I've created that, and I can see that that goes out and it stops on my, where it encounters the next object. Okay, so now let's add another subgrade. And this time I'm going to do a wrap around slope. I'm going to set a wrap height. I know my curb is 12 inches tall. So I'm going to set that wrap height to be, let's just say 8 inches. You'll see what happens with it here. I'm going to leave my horizontal offset the same. It's going to start at the center. But my vertical offset, now this is from the top of the road surface down past the 2 inches, and add to that the depth of this material. And this is going to be my subgrade crushed stone, I'm going to call it. So I'm going to go those 2 inches down, and then I'm going to put 10 inches. So it'll be a distance of 12 inches down. And the distance I want to go out is going to be, I'm going to put that same EOP in there, but I'm going to say plus. My curb width was, I had a 12-inch gutter, 1-inch taper, as 5-inch top, so that's 18 inches. So I'm going to go edge of pavement plus 18. I'll go another 6 inches, let's say 2 feet. So edge of pavement plus 2 feet, and that's going to be called stone. Or it could be like 2A or 2B or 57, whatever you want to call it. So there is that. It follows the slope. It goes to the edge of pavement. It goes an additional 2 feet. It comes up 8 inches, it does a wraparound, and that's where it is. Okay, so that would be the way it excavates. Now you could keep adding some things on here, and I would potentially, I would certainly rebuild this from the design plans. If I were a contractor, I would rebuild exactly what they have. So remember, we had a sidewalk up here, and we need to account for that. So I'm going to choose subgrade down here again. I'm going to hit subgrade one more time. And this time I'll just use a straight up intersection. So once I go out a certain distance, it's going to go straight up. So now the horizontal offset, at this point, I need to know where that sidewalk starts. And that sidewalk started, if you look back here, where this strip ended. So I think I can type strip. I think that will do it. My vertical offset, let's make a 6-inch thick concrete, and it's going to go out to SW, to the back of the sidewalk, and that material is also going to be concrete. There it goes. It went out to that strip. It went 6 inches deep. It went out to sidewalk and went straight up. So that's my concrete. I'll add one last one. And again, I'll keep it straight up. And I'm going to start at strip. I'm going to go now 10 inches. So it's the 6 inches plus 4 inches. I'm going to go out to sidewalk. And I'm going to put sand under my sidewalk. So sand straight up. In fact, to show you what these are going to be different, you could say go flat out to where you hit the other subgrade. You could go continue the slope, which would continue that if there were a cross slope across that thing that's above it. In our case, it's not, but it would go straight out until it hits the bank of where the cut bank or the fill bank is. So that's what those do. Or this tie slope, it lets you actually give it a percentage. And if I do say 100%, you would see it look like that. You see it goes out and ties up there, but I'm going to come back to that and just set that back to straight up. So there now is I've got sand underneath concrete. I've got stone over here now underneath asphalt as my subgrades. I will save all that, exit that, and say, okay. Yep, let's process. So now you're going to see, I see some other lines I still need to erase from that first time we ran the road processing. Let me just get rid of those so that they're not in there. Now I'll reprocess. All right, so now, if you look at this line right here, it is on a layer called C, break line, new W, which you can assign in those settings. But you see that's the edge of pavement here. And there's over here, these are those curbs, the sidewalk, and all that. So as I come around here, that edge of pavement is going to transition into this edge of pavement, and there's just a shoulder there. So it just sort of tapers off as we transition in between those two roadway types. And let's take a look at that now as our merged surface. And again, I could go back and change all those colors, which I need to do. But you see where my curbs come down my main road, and it turns in a little bit here, and it just sort of drops off because I'm meeting in this area where my side roads come in. That shoulder is going to transition up into that edge of pavement there. And here I've got my sidewalk that you can see along my main road. And here it didn't have it because it didn't have enough distance out here before it caught the existing ground. So it ended those there. Now you can force those to process. Let me see what might be going on with those. So I'll exit the viewer. I'm going to go back to my settings. I'm going to go to my output options, to my triangulate and contour setup. I'm going to set my layers now. I've got my edge of pavements gray. Let's set my curbs to be cyan. The strip will be grass colored sidewalk. Let's make that sort of tannish looking. And break, that's the grass again. Now here's my ditches. They're going to be purple. And my berms, let's also set those to be sort of this purple 204. Let's see, what was this one? 193. So I'll set this one to also match 193 and 193 and 193. And then everything else now on the shoulder on the other road, I'm going to make that, say this sort of tan looking color. I'll set other to be that same. That was at 41, yep. And outside I'll match that as well. All right, so now I've set my colors the way I want them. And let's see, do I need to do anything there? Nope, just set the file. And say, okay, let's process that one more time. Now, you see this down here at the bottom of my screen where it says warning, the tie offset is at this station is beyond the existing offsets 100 to 100. And that's at station 590, 595, 600. So if I were to figure out where those stations are, I'll do that by going to centerline station, that centerline file. I'm just going to station road 1. So somewhere in there at 590, let me select that so it's not highlighted. So in here at my 500, so it gets out here, it's too far out to catch, to generate those cross sections. Okay, so when I see something like that come back to me in those reports, then I want to go to my settings and set that up to be a bigger value. So let's set that to be 150 and see if that gives me enough. I could, measure it and see how far out I need it to go. Process that one more time. Oh, I'm still missing a little bit of it. We'll see about how far it needs to be by choosing this distance. I'm going to go from no snap. I'm going to go from here to no snap across here. That's 236 feet. That should be enough. Maybe it's this in here. If I do it again to check my distance from, say, here to the center of the road about, that's 200 feet. So I'll go back to my settings and I'll set that instead of 150, I'll make this say 235 on both sides. We'll say, okay, process that again. And now I shouldn't see those reports. There we go. All right, so there I've got it. And if I want to look at those reports, like you saw under process road design, here I've got my total cut, my total fill, my curb material of concrete. I've got 90.6 cubic yards I've got 2,620 linear feet. Here's my subgrades: asphalt, stone, concrete, sand. Okay, and then here's for my road 1. And there it is, station to station, as it goes, how much these materials are in between those different key points where it hits intersections and such. Okay, so I can use that to get my cost estimation. I would take a look at this and try to see how I would fix that. So we're not going to spend a whole lot of time right now trying to fine tune that, but that's generated by something, and it's caused, I'll tell you what's causing that is I guess this I am going to actually try to fix. I'll go into my intersection and let's go ahead and set these tied to existing back in play and see if we can clean that up a little bit. Process that, see what happens. Yeah, we're still going to get some folding in there. It's basically a mess. So I would really probably want to raise that profile of road 1 up to get it out of the hole a little bit here. So I'm going to bring that up and sorry. All right, that's just a little bit too much. Like that's pretty, there we go. I'll leave it like that. I'll say that, exit, say okay, and say no. I'll edit this one to sort of match those same transitions. Now, at this point, I'm going to go to that and give that a transition distance of, let's say, 60 feet this time. I'll go down to my next one, which is right there. I'll give that one also 60 feet. That'll smooth that out a bit and it's raised it up. Now, my grades are obviously way too steep. I've got a 37% grade there. All right, but you get the idea of how this ties everything together and it captures those cuts and fills, and wow, that blew up. Edit that profile again. Okay, no, go to, and we're gonna put that one in, back is 50 feet. Save and exit. Say, okay, yes, process. Now let's see what happens. All right, so that gives us a little bit better look on at least the grading. I'll take a peek at the merged surfaces so we get an idea of what it's going to look like. I think, do I still have this set? I do. I'll put that back up solid. There we go. All right, so now you can see, with the exception of these areas in here, like this sidewalk, I'm not. There you can see the ditch, and there's the berm. That should have. Oh, there's my sidewalk there. That's what that is. Oh, I know what this is. That white area that you see, I was thinking that was the sidewalk, and I couldn't figure out why it was splitting it up. That's not the sidewalk. That's the bench on the cut slope. See that? So, and remember I told it to only put the bench in if it's over 5 feet. So it got down to less than 5 feet, it quit putting the bench in. So yeah, it's working exactly as it should. And you can see all of that additional complexity. I'm gonna go back one last time to this road though, and I'm gonna take those benches out. I'm gonna design this template. I'll go to my cut and I'll just take this out and just do a straight 3-to-1. And that should be all I need to there. I'll keep the ditch. I'll say okay. And my fill slope again still has the berm. I'm going to take this part out so that you can see it just comes up and goes across and then does the fill. You do the same thing with the ditch. If you wanted, this could come down from here. In fact, let's do that. Go to the cut button, and that is coming from the ditch bottom up to the ditch top. If I remove that, you can see I still come down at 1-to-1, but I rely on that 3-to-1 as that side slope. So that's a little less complex. I'll keep that. Let's see, did I have 3-to-1? Oh, I need to take this depth out as well. That will make it go up as high as it needs to go. I'll save, I'll exit, I'll okay, and I'll process again. Now I've got it looking a bit more like I like it. I guess I need to reassign some colors since I changed the template. But you can see now there's my curb and gutter, and it goes around the corner as the edge of asphalt, the edge of pavement follows the edge of that purple line. But that purple line there, you see, and that the gray line just continues around to this road, but that purple line is the shoulder of that road. In fact, let's just go to my output options, my triangulating contour setup, set my colors, and instead of that shoulder, there we go. I'm going to set that shoulder to be that 41. If I can find it, there it is. All right, so I'll save those. Reprocess one last time. Look at the merged surface. And now you can see the shoulders as it comes around the transition. A little bit of mess in here I would probably try to clean up. Maybe by turning those ties off in the intersection. Let's see what that does for us again. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot nicer now. And I'll take a peek at that. Now you get an idea of what I'm doing here is I'm making these changes and I'm constantly back and forth visually assessing what this stuff is going to look like. I got a mess right in there that I would maybe turn that processing back on instead. Okay, so you get a sense of what it is that you would go through and do. So you can see on this main road, I've got a sidewalk. I've got the contours come across the curb, they go up and over across the sidewalk, they come down into that ditch, into the cut slope. When I'm in a fill condition of over 5 feet, I build a berm. When I'm less than 5 feet, like over here, I don't need the berm. Okay, so all of that stuff carries on. The centerline intersections find each other and process. And now if you go to the cul-de-sac, I'm going to add a cul-de-sac onto road 2 at the start. And I will just take it at station 0, at 60 foot, 25 foot with the transitions. I'll say okay. And there's where it is. I'll process that. And so now, as you can see, it's automatically added it right into our network of roads. I've got a nice little crown point in the middle that sheds to the outside edges. Those are good. I'll one last time go to this cul-de-sac definition. I can edit the profile, and that's what it looks like around the cul-de-sac. So right in there is the low spot. That would be where you would put a curb inlet, for instance, or a catch basin to catch your drainage. You could raise that up if you wanted to make it higher so that it shed the water downward. So let's give it a little high spot instead and see the effects of that. We'll process that. So now it's looks pretty flat. Let's see. But you should be able to then tell we didn't give it a big crease point, but we did raise it up. So that can shed water around to the corners and we can find those low points from there. And now notice we eliminated those points, I think. Let me see if that went away. Yeah, those 2 low points went away because now, because this had to merge with that, when it did so, because I raised this up, it no longer has a low point along that profile. Okay, so that's why those points went away. And now I've just got those 2 low points out there. All right. So a sense of how that works. And let's save this and exit RoadNet. And there now is a bit of pretty high powered roadway processing. It all gets automated. And again, I would come in here and resolve these little areas in here. I just don't have time to take care of that for today. And this is such a steep terrain anyway. Now, what I'd like you to do on your own time then is to take a peek in your manual with those same files And, you know, this goes through a lot of that same stuff that we just talked about here. But take a peek at this next exercise. That's some grading tools. And we've already done a pad, balance the cut and fill. We did that earlier today in that other file. But this one actually continues right on with this file, and you're going to create a building footprint. You're going to set a pad around it. That's this black line. And you're going to create a parking lot and set its elevations relative to the building footprint elevations. And you're going to grade just like design pad template. And it shows you how to use this process multiple pad polylines and how you would go through here and make these edits to combine those into a single system of graded lines. Make that into a surface, use your 10 file utilities to merge it into your existing ground. Now, at that point, you can then create a road that comes from this parking lot and ties out into our existing road here. And you would do the same thing, just either make another road and make it part of the road network, or if you're just doing a little simple 3D line or an edge for your roadway center line, you can offset those edges. And when you have something offset like that, you can use design pad template to tie in an edge of something. It doesn't have to be a closed figure. I'll show you a real quick example of that one. So go to the draw menu and choose rectangle. We're going to do like we're doing the pad polyline at this point. And that elevation right there is what, 100. Okay, so we'll set ours at something like that as well. So if I create this as a design pad, remember, go back to surface, design pad template. And I'm going to go to the surface file. I'm going to go to the outside. I'm not going to do these merges yet. I'm just going to say, okay. I'll select the perimeter. And the target that I'm going to is this one now because I've merged my road into it. So if it goes out here and hits that, it's going to stop the grading. I'll keep 3 to 1s, and it ranges from 79 to 122. I'm going to make this 99 and a half. And there it is, cut and fill. I've made my little parking lot. Adjust the parameters and redesign. No. There it is. I'm good to go with that. Now, this is now a polyline that is sitting at this elevation, 99.5 feet. If I built that, because it's horizontal, I can offset that and I can build like a curb structure around this thing by offsetting half a foot for the top and then go down to the bottom and drop it in elevation. I can do all those things just manually creating those elevations. But what if this pad were not level? So I'm going to go to my surface. I'm going to edit my pad template. And I'm going to change that pad elevation. Let's see, can I switch it at this point? I cannot. Oh, yes, edit vertex Z. So if I say edit vertex Z, I'm going to pick this elevation, which was 99.5. And I'm going to keep that at 99.5. I'm going to change this one, though, to be let's call that 98.25. And I will edit this one to be, let's say 99.75. So now it's sloped. I've got 99.5, 99.5, 98.25, and 99.75. So this is high, this is low, it's sort of warped and twisted. If I process that now, there it is. And if I were to look at that as a surface, I'm going to exit this and I'm going to isolate that pad layer. And I'm going to triangulate and contour right the surface file. I'm going to call this one pad again. And ignore zeros. I'm going to go ahead and draw the contours. Again, we'll do it at 5s and 25s to match the existing. No labels. I'll say okay. Oh, I turned those back on. All right, so that's because they're on that same layer. Let's do that again. Restore layers. Now I'm going to isolate. All right, so the reason it turned those back on was because I was trying to put the contours on the same label or the same layers as those existing contours. So instead of doing that, I'm going to say pad minor and pad major. Make sure I don't erase previous and say okay. Select the inclusion, no exclusions. Create my surface. Okay, so it's still mostly flat. All right, let's see here. I want to get something that's going to show you at least one change. Let me erase by layer. Come on. Now let's try that again. Let's just draw the contours. I use pad. I will contour pad minor, but I'm going to change that to 1 foot interval so you can see it. So there, it's got a contour going across it. So there's a slope on this pad. That's no longer, if I look at this element, that's no longer a 2D polyline. It is a 3D polyline that has different elevations. So if I wanted to create a little concrete curb from that, how do I do that? Because if you try to offset that line, that 3D polyline, with a standard offset, you'll find an error situation. So it wants you to, let's just say I'm going to go 1/2 foot away. I'm going to select that entity and it tells me unable to use the selected entity. Please pick again. That's because it's not flat. So I need a way to do that. And that's where the CARLSON command comes in. And it is a 3D polyline utility. I'm going to offset a 3D polyline. And this time I've got various different options. And I want to set my method as interval. I'll say okay. And I've got 2 different prompts it's going to give me here. A horizontal offset amount. So I'm going to go 1/2 foot away. And when I enter that, it's going to now ask how much do I want to drop it vertically, either by a percentage, a degree of slope, a ratio, or a vertical offset amount. And I'm going to say 0. because I'm going to keep it at the same height. I'm going to, whoops, crap, sorry, I get the wrong one. 1/2 foot, 0, and now let me get that line. Okay, and I'm going to go to this side. All right, so there's that structure. Now I need to set the face of curb down 6 inches below it and basically right underneath it, but I have to do a little bit of a change here. So I'm going to say my horizontal offset amount, I need to put it just a little bit away because I can't have a vertical surface if I'm going to turn that into a file. So I'm going to say just go 1/10 of a foot horizontally. And when I say that, the vertical difference is minus 1/2 a foot. So I'm going to select this line and go out there. So there's now the face of curb. And if I want a gutter line, for instance, I could repeat the same process. And I'm going to select it. I'm going to go a full, let's go 18 inches out. And the vertical offset amount, I'm just going to come up 2/10. So I'll set this and go out here. So that's now going to be my little concrete curbed structure. I can take a look at it to see what it looks like in 3D. You can see out here in the corners. You see, as I look at those 3D lines, I've got, that comes across flat at the top. It drops down to that face of curb right here and then comes across the gutter. Another way to look at that would be with my quick profile, and I'm going to just use screen entities. I'll say, okay, I'll come across here to there, be done. And now you can see down here, I'm coming down the bank. I hit the back of curb right there. I come flat across and then I drop down, but I have to lean it outward a little bit. And now I climb back up to get back to where I want to be at the end of that gutter section. Okay. So now that you've got all that, you could, let's erase these contours. And I could build a surface out of that. So if I triangulate and contour, I'm going to keep the same name, but I'm going to turn off my contours. I'm not going to draw them. I'm just going to triangulate this. And I'm going to say, okay. Where did it go? I needed to write the file. That's what I meant to do. Select, and I'll call that pad. And I'll say, okay. Select my outside, nothing on the inside, select everything. And now it's built that surface that I can verify as well. And now you can see that structure has been built into that surface. And you could have openings and whatever. Now, because that surface is not flat, it is at a slope. If I were building this as a parking lot, I might have something like this. I'm just going to draw in 2 dimensions. I'll put a feature across here in this direction. I'm going to, now it's flat right now, so I'm going to now offset that. And I'm going to make it 5 feet. Go from here across to there. So there's 5 feet. I could do a similar thing from the midpoint up here. Just sort of bring it down like so, and I would do the same thing for that. I'm going to offset that 5 feet. And then I'm going to put curves out here, and I'm going to do it in a special way. I think if I put a fillet in with a radius of 2.5 feet, I think it will let me do it this way. Yep. And I would do the same thing here. And then finally the same thing here. Let's try one more time. Here to here. That one's not going to let me do it. All right. So let's just draw a circle of center of the circle is going to be sorry, let me change that radius to 2.5 feet. And I'm going to move that from this, from, get my mouse back, from this quadrant move quadrant to here, and then I'm going to use this to trim the circle, and then I'm going to join nearest and just say directly connect. I'll connect this to this, and now I have that done. I would use that to trim those, use that to trim this one in the middle here, if I can get the mouse to come back. And then again, join nearest, connect that to that. All right, so now I've got the shape of perhaps a parking island. A little bit out of scale here, obviously. Now, it's sitting at 0 elevation, but it is a 2D polyline, 0 elevation. What I want to do is to place that on the surface that I've already built. So I go to my 3D data menu and 2D to 3D by surface model. The surface model I'm going to use is pad, and I'm going to select this polyline, and I want to add vertices at grade breaks if there are any. There shouldn't be any necessarily, but I'll go ahead and do that so it follows the ground exactly. I could keep the existing if I wanted, I won't. I'll just go ahead and choose it like that. I set it there, and now I've got a 3-dimensional polyline that has, if you look at those vertex Z's as I step through them, you see it has changing elevation as it goes around that structure, okay? So it's now draped on that surface, which you could also verify with your 3D viewer. There it is, it's no longer at 0, it's sitting right on that surface of that parking lot. So then how do you make that into a curb island? Well, that's going to be the face of curb. So I'm going to choose my 3D offset polyline with edit, 3D, let's see, 1 second, my 3D polyline utilities offset 3D polyline again by interval. I'll say, okay, this is on the surface. I want to lean it back just a little bit, so 1/10 of a foot, or maybe even less than that. Let's say 1/2 tenth. And vertical mount, I want to go up 6 inches, so 1/2 foot. So I'm going to select this line, and I'm going to go to the inside. And there now is the top of curb, almost vertical to it. And I want to now set the back of curb. So I'll repeat that command by interval. And I'm going to go 1/2 foot away, 6 inches, or in this case, there's that difference of layback. I'm going to accommodate it right there. And my vertical amount will be 0 because I'm already up from there to there. There's now my back of curb. All right, so there, and if I were to make that into a surface, it would have a nice flat top. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. And if I had it if I had this still kept as a circle, I could go from the center of that circle and come all the way out here to this end. Right now, I'll just set them to these midpoints. Do the same thing from basically there in the midpoint. Come back here and set it. Come on, mouse. All right, that's good enough for there. And then I would set those elevations, these 2 elevations, I'm going to set on that surface and then raise them up. So I'm going to make another little surface that will have that flat top on it. So I'm going to triangulate this, and I'm going to call this one, write the file, select it. I'm going to call it Island 1. Say, okay, I'm going to select this first one as my outside edge. No exclusions. And I'm going to select all of those outside boundaries. And if I look at that in my surface viewer, if I zoom that up, I can see it has an edge, but when I look at it dead on, it is dead flat, right? All right, so what I'll do now is I'm gonna just sort of trim this guy back to in here somewhere. I will set it nearest to that. Do the same thing here. Nearest to somewhere in there. And let's pull this guy back a little bit too. And likewise, I'll come in here and pull this guy back. So as the mouse comes to right in there somewhere. Now, again, they're at 0 elevation, but I'm going to set them on that flat surface and then raise them. Looks like I missed this one. There we go. Now, I'm going to set those on that flat surface that's now the top of that island. So I'm going to go to 3D data, 2D to 3D by surface model, choose the island, and I'm going to select these 2 polylines. And no, I will not use the, wait a minute, I chose the wrong command. Sorry about that. 2D to 3D by surface model, not screen entities. Choose island. choose the things I'm going to set on that surface. And I guess I did use a current polyline at the vertical offset, no. And say, okay for that. So now I've put those on that surface and they're right dead on the flat, but I'm going to select them and raise them up 0.2 of a foot to give a little bit of a crown to that surface once I rebuild it. So I'll say 3D data, 2D, or not 2D to 3D, but 3D data change elevations. Now I can set them to an absolute, or I'm going to go with a differential, which is what I want. So I'll say, okay, and there's my elevation difference, 0.2 from the last time I ran the command. I'll accept that, ignore zeros, no problem. I'm going to select the 2 lines that I've just drawn, that one and that one. So they are now 0.2 higher than the surface. And I look at them and I see I've got these long spaces between here. So my triangles I get these really long skinny triangles right in these places. I want to make this a little bit more consistent. So I'm going to either come in here and choose polyline utilities and densify those vertices so it adds points to set triangles, or I can do that now combined with my new surface tools, triangulate and contour. I'm going to check right here to densify those break lines. I'm going to go every 5 feet. I'll keep it to called Island 1. Okay, to overwrite, yes it is. I'm going to zoom in here really tight, get that outside boundary. There are no insides, or no exclusions rather. I'll select those items. Off we go. I look at that surface now. And you should be able to see nice little crown on those islands. Okay, and there's even a situation here where you might see how that crown comes down and it matches down to the ground. So to fix that, what would you normally do is just extend this out to here, and I'll take a 3D polyline. I'll say, okay. I'll take it from there and I'll go up to this point here so that now it's actually tied from the end of this line up to here. So it will function as a break line. So I could do that manually, or you could do it from the surface viewer and add the break line. So you could do that and rebuild the surface. That's what I normally would have done. But if I edit the surface with my 3D viewer and I choose edit mode, I'm going to turn on my triangle edges. And now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to put a break line from here to here so that this triangle won't form. So I'm going to go back to my view control tab, choose my edit arrow. I'm going to add a break line from here. I'll double click and then I'll double click here. And now that triangle gets formed up there. And if you look at it, I'll turn the triangles off. You can see the effect of that is I've cleaned up that little gap in there. So now I've got nice crowns, a nice parking island that I can use. I will save the surface that I made edits to. I'll still call it Island 1 and overwrite. Okay, so now what do we have? I've got this pad, I've got this island, and I need to make that into a combined surface. I'll go to Surface, Triangulation File Utilities, and I'm going to add the pad as my base. And I will now choose next so that I can merge this 10, and I will this time set my colors. Let's just make them sort of garish so you can see them. And I'm going to choose Island 1. And you can see now they're going to be added right into the same surface. And when I save as, let's call this PK lot. I'll exit that. I'll verify again with my viewer. And there now are those combined surfaces. And if and there's the colors that I set with the included triangles of my island, my parking lot here. Let's go to my display contours. Let's look at it at every 1 foot interval. And so there's some long triangles across here that make this contour a little jiggy jaggy. I could do some edits to that if I so chose. Let's say swap 10 edge, and let's display triangle edges. So if I double, let's see, let's do that one and that one. Oops, not letting me do those in here individually. All right, so I can't do it with that one. So what I would normally do in that particular case is I would add some other line work in here and densify it so that I don't have these long triangles across edge to edge. There's just some that I can, like that one I could edit. This one I'm not able to, that one I'm able to. That one I'm not, that one I'm probably not either, yeah. So, you know, you can make some of those edits like that, or you could come in here and manually add some additional things, drape them on the surface, densify them so that you get more triangles to form. Okay, to smooth that part out. You could also do some surface smoothing a number of different ways, but that's the general process. Is you build things up in pieces. And if you look back at this exercise here, that's that same way. We're going to build these things in pieces, merge them together. And we also have now the final triangulation file utilities. If I load that RoadNet merged surface, and there's the road as part of that, I go next, and let's merge the parking lot. So you can see that right over here. We'll save that, and we'll call it total, just for lack of a better name. It's now saved. Whoops, cancel that and exit. And then finally, last check, we'll look at that total parking lot. And you should see that show up with, let's turn off the edges, and let's set our contours back to 5 feet. And there's that, I forgot to change the colors on the merge, but there you can see that that is a surface with a nice crowned island, a nice stepped curb and gutter structure in there. And the roadway has been built, and all that stuff has been merged together. Now, if, for instance, you did another option you could do here is let's set And I'm keeping my eye on the time. I know you're 20 minutes over. I just want to show you one last bit here on the design pad. If I prompt for I'm going to use the surface model to give me my elevations. I'm drawing a 3D polyline. So I'm going to say, okay. And I'm going to use that total model. And I'm going to click a spot here and a spot here. Now that's right there on that surface. Okay, and it's set for those two lines. I could have done the same thing, draw it as a 2D, drape it. So I'm going to now drop that element. I'm going to change its elevation by differential. I'm going to drop it a foot. So I'm going to say -1. And yeah, come on. So select this. And it's now a foot lower than that surface. And I want to make a little ditch out of this. Now that's just an edge. It's not like this pad and like these other things that I've done, but I'm going to go to surface and choose design pad template. And this time it's not a closed polyline, but you'll see the same type of thing that happens. And I'm going to call this one pad dash ditch as the layer. I'll say okay, and I'm going to pick this polyline, that surface, and I want to go out at a, say, a 3:1 slope, and 3:1 if it's in cut. I'm going to go to this side. So that's how it would climb back out of that up to this surface to make a structure. Maybe it's the bottom of the ditch. All right, now let's change that to none. I'm going to erase my layer, clear, select from screen, check that. Now here's another thing, because that was parallel to this surface just a foot under. Let's say I want to edit that instead of being at that same slope. So I'm going to go to my 3D data menu and I'm going to choose this polyline elevation editor. I'm going to select that polyline. And I see these elevations. Now, instead of this slope, I'm going to change that to be, say, a -2.5%. So when I do that, it's going to change that elevation. It's going to drop it down even further. Now it's no longer, I'll go ahead and say okay and save that. And oops. All right, so it's now down at 93.8. And so it's coming down at a steeper slope than the surface is across. Now, if you do a design pad template, the same parameters, I'll select this, I'll come out to my total surface. Let's set the slopes at 4:1 instead of 3:1 so we can see a little bit more, and I'll go to this side. Okay, so I'll say no. And I'll repeat the command, and I will say, keep everything the same. Make sure I do not erase previous pad entities. If I want to keep those, say okay. I'll select that one as well, go back to my total, keep the same slopes coming out. And, well, you see what it did there, it blew up. Ooh, let's say, yeah, let's redesign. Let's set those back to 3:1s on that outside edge and see what happens. All right, there's a little bit more what I had in mind. All right, now, what we have that we could make into another surface is something that looks like that. It would be this nice flat parking lot with the raised island and this little ditch structure built into it, okay? So, and we won't go through this part, but the next steps would be then I could make a surface out of just this little bit. I could merge that into this surface or merge it into the totals, whatever, however I wanted to do it. And that would make that nice little composite surface. Now, that is available to you in the CARLSON manual under the help system. When you look at the tutorials, there is a section here called a dozen tools for road design. And you're going to see things just like that, where they build a pad, they build these separate little pieces, they build, you can see right in this area, they're going to put a little access road in, and they're going to have the slopes intersect with each other so that you can do all kinds of your grading design based on these various tools. So I would encourage you to step through this little exercise. It goes through all of those different examples, just like I showed you there as well as these building a valley dam, a dam across a valley. And here's 2D to 3D by surface model. Those are all the things that I've just stepped through pretty quickly. Okay, but this will give you a little bit more time to digest it. Okay. So with that being said, and let me restore my layers. I'll go ahead and save that file. Any questions? I know it's sort of like drinking out of a fire hydrant. It's sort of hard to take in and digest, but do you think you have some starting points now, at least, to get started and figure out how these are going to work?
Yes, definitely.
Say it again.
Yes, I think this is a good starting point.
Okay, good. And like I said, use the exercises in the book. Go back over these again on your own time and use those tutorials. They're going to really help you sort of get a grasp on what's going on. Matt, how are you sitting on your familiarity? Got a place to start with now? Hello, Matt. Okay, he may have stepped away or something because it's the end of the day. All right.
Sorry, I got called into an office.
Oh, quite all right. Did you get to see a lot of this stuff that we've been, I was showing you here with these multiple steps in grading?
Yeah, I've only been gone for the last minute or two.
Oh, okay. So you saw in the help section under these tutorials where that was, this dozen tools for surface design. That's going to step you through a lot of those. Also, go back and go to that grading exercise in the guidebook that you've got as part of this class as well. Okay.
Awesome.
So that sort of wraps everything up. I will let everyone end your day and get back to the real world. And again, if and when you have any questions, drop me an email, give me a call, do whatever else you need to do. Certainly be more than happy to help you through any of these. Okay.
When will you be sending the recordings?
It will take, I don't know, several hours to process. So they'll probably, I would look for them, tomorrow or Monday at the latest, because I got to get them processed and shipped up to YouTube and all kinds of stuff that it's got to go through. So I'll send those along with your certificates of your class participation, which will carry with it the PDHs that you earned, and you'll get an extra half hour for today's because we went over. And that should be the next part of the journey. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Well, everybody, do stay in touch. I will let's see, stop the share. I will stop the recording.